Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Good morning, Michael Bryant.
Guess where I am? Can you tell? Hold on.
I think you're in Dedham, and the question is, are you in the buffer zone or not?
I am in the buffer zone right now. Don't tell anybody. So you can see the courthouse is right behind me, right? You may not be able to tell, but there's not a lot of activity along the sidewalk in front of the courthouse where there would normally be, and that's because of the buffer zone. And this would have been true even last time when the buffer zone was only 200 feet. Now it's, of course, extended beyond that to about 500 feet. I'm going to walk down, and by the way, the jurors, I'm going to try to show you over. This is the building right next to me here. This is the Registry of Deeds. This is where they have the great bathroom, and this is where the jury pool will gather on the second floor. And it's supposed to be 150 to 175 people today. They will all get their questionnaires in there, in that room. Let me cross the sidewalk here and head down to the outside the buffer zone, where we just passed Aiden Carney on the sidewalk, and a number of the supporters, of course, they all say hello to Justice Serve TV Nation.
Before, can I just say, before you even got on, people were talking to you. Here you are. You got some street cred out there going for Justice Serve TV. And I have here in my little hot hands the new jury questionnaire.
Okay, good. Well, let me tell you how that's going to work. They're going to put these people in this building, the Registry of Deeds I mentioned, and they're going to hand out their homework. You know, here's your 3-page questionnaire. The court's going to give them as much time as they need to fill those out. That'll all be done in the Registry of Deeds. Then they'll take them like good little students down the stairs, out the front door, across the street. The whole prospective jury pool will be in its full glory as they wander across the street. I was talking to Scott McGinnis, who we're going to run into again up here in a second. He said when they did this last time and they had the tighter buffer zone, they were able to just count how many people were coming across the street and going into the courthouse. So they got a sense of how many were in a given, veneer on a given day. Obviously, from back here, you get a sense of how much further away this is.
And I should tell people, you're not using the Starlink right now because you have to be moving around. So you're on your cell phone.
Yes.
On your right.
I'm using Spectrum. We'll see how long that lasts. Anyway, they go in and then they gather in the larger courtroom, and that is the point at which the culling begins. That's where everybody will either pass the initial test with the questionnaire, or they'll be thanked and excused, as I like to say. So that's what's going to happen beginning at 9 o'clock this morning. So here we are at the edge. Let me show you. How do I know I'm at the edge of the buffer zone? You may be wondering how I know. Well, I don't know.
Supporters are
just a guess.
Entering buffer zone, so they had signs made up.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Let's get a screen. Wait, hold on, Mike. We need a screen. Stay there for a second.
I posted on X. I posted that on X, but yeah.
You did? Okay, I didn't see the entering the buffer zone yet. I was running around trying to get dressed because you were already there.
I'll put half my face in there. There we go. So
there you go.
So,
by the way, how many weeks are they telling the jury this is going to take? Coffee cake ass.
Yeah, the prosecution has said. I'm trying to remember the exact dates. I think it was 24 court days for the prosecution, and about half that for the defense. That's how it stands right now, of course. So figure that out. That's got to be 5-6 weeks for the prosumption, and 2 to 3 for the defense.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking really about 10. We're talking about 10 weeks. Let's say.
In reality, probably, yeah. And the last one was what, 7? So lot more witnesses. Maybe some more interesting arguments to be made this time. But let's go across the street.
Apparently, Bev is saying 6 weeks, but she's absolutely wrong because the prosecution's 2 to begin with. It's ridiculous.
That's true. How's everybody going this morning? Is there a courthouse around here somewhere? I haven't seen one. Where is it?
Now, where are you? Tell us where you are.
Have the cops been by at all to chat? Yeah, I mean, you can barely see the dome from here, This is, again, it's about a city block. away from doggy from the courthouse. So it's quite a ways. Hey man, how you doing? Well, how's it going?
Happy to be here.
Yeah, yeah. Were you guys here last time? Were you here last year for this trial? Yeah.
Yeah, you interviewed me a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but I mean the last year you were here. Yeah. So what do you think about the new buffer zone?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
What happened with the First Amendment? Come on.
So.
Now she's saying you can't mention Colin's name.
Oh yeah, the third party culprit. Yes.
So bad.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Cheer up.
How you cheeks? We can't read with all this bull crap going on. Bull crap.
Hi, everybody.
She says hi. Linda Kenney Baden says hi. She says hi. Yeah, we're live now. She says hello.
Hi, everyone.
6 months, so we're kind of new. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that, Scott. Thank
Hey,
you.
Scott. Hey, thanks for bringing the First Amendment to Dedham.
Linda says thanks to keeping the First Amendment alive here. Yeah. Yeah. Now, technically, right now we're inside the buffer zone. Right now, we're inside. So you know, I don't know how. Here's where we're out. There we go. Let's see if I can get that. There we go. You see Scott there?
Yeah, I see Scott, and that's entering. There's another sign that says entering the buffer
Yeah,
zone.
this is on the other side of the street.
Beyond this point, Auntie Bev has stripped us of our First Amendment rights.
So if I go across here, now I'm violating the buffer zone, I guess. I'm not sure I am or not.
No, you're not, because you're a reporter. You're not violating anything. You're not holding a sign.
What do you call the First Amendment minion now?
Yeah. So why no license plates today?
Because it's against the rules.
Really? Yeah. I thought you might whip them out when you're over here.
Down here, but
Okay. You just don't want to have them on off.
yeah. Going to be the First Amendment minion today.
There you go. What's your name?
Mike.
Mike. Nice to meet you. Minion Mike. Mike is the guy he has the license plates hanging off of him normally. Not today though.
There's a big camera behind you. Who's that?
Let's see.
Michael,
Let's see.
there's a big camera behind you. Who is that?
I'm looking. Oh, just walking past. Let me see.
Yeah, no, he was filming you. Actually, he was filming you doing interviews, like
Okay,
a big TV camera.
Well, if you see him wandering down the street, it might be with one of the local affiliates. They're wandering around. So I'm going to wander back now from. This is there's probably, I don't know. It's such a broader area here. It's hard to tell if it's about the same number of folks or fewer, because they're kind of in a longer line than when they're crammed in front of the courthouse. So look at this. In case you thought you might wander by the church and use that property for something.
I couldn't see it. Private. What does it say? Private property. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I missed
it. For church use only.
Church use only.
So,
okay.
Excuse me while I step on here and pray. And then we'll move on down here. And again, last time, this is where everybody was hanging out. It's the big church parking lot, which is today, of course, barricaded off. Nobody's getting in there today. There will be no worshiping today. Thank you very much. So I want to go over and see if they've started gathering in the registry. There are about 6 or 7 stadies, troopers on the steps of the deed of registry where I usually hang out. There are a couple of what I'll call traditional media outlets parked up there in my normal spot. I'm not sure they'll let me. If I just wander in, I'll kind of hold the phone in a kind of a sort of.
You have your microphone that says Justice Served TV. I think that would be a good idea to have that out. No,
I do not, because I have just my phone. It's, I just got my phone. That's all I got. So.
Yeah, I've seen people pass with cameras.
Yes, you can see this is where everybody sets up. Normally, this was the zone before, right here, all the way down here.
And that's what people are setting up. And those are what, traditional TV cameras? When we say traditional, we mean legacy media.
Yeah, and local, mostly local folk. So you've got the two here; they're always here, and then you've got a couple across the street at the registry where I like to perch.
But it seems to me that everybody should be allowed to be walking in the regular zone as long as in the buffer zone you are not protesting or taking a side or another. That they should allow media in, whether
That's the
they
theory.
are
Miss Rex,
media
how are you?
credential or not.
Good. Michael Bryant with Justice Serve TV. This is Miss Rex. You're with BZ. BZ. She does some fine work. Have they accosted you at all today? Has it been pretty orderly? Okay. You too.
Now that is, for those that can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you could and couldn't see. That's I think Christina Rex is her name. She's been on this.
She's a reporter. She's a reporter that's on, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It seems to me, from reading this as a lawyer, that anyone should be allowed in the buffer zone as long as they are not a protester. It's not as if this is, there's some places that are closed off streets, but you can't close off sidewalks to just walking around. But, you know, to get in the courtroom, you would need a press pass to be in that courtroom.
Right. And you can see where I am now, right?
Right.
There's Aiden. This is the area that normally would be the gauntlet of all of the supporters.
And Aiden's with whom?
Let's see.
Can you tell?
That's
Aiden Carney, Dr. Totterboy, who has a motion that, of course, we had talked about him filing and said you need to file. It's called Intervenor Alleged Witness, Aiden Carney's motion to be exempted from sequestration order. And it's basically all the things we talked about. But when we finish, I'll go through it in great depth because it says basically they're taking away his right to be a credential, that he's credentialed. He has credentials. He has a media pass to be in that courtroom through the Supreme Judicial Court, and this is his primary source of income. So to move him into the sequestration order by putting him on the witness list is inappropriate and maybe a taking under the Fifth Amendment, quite frankly. So we'll go through that.
So when is that? Is that scheduled? It's on the calendar for today, just before any activity starts?
Yes, it's definitely on the calendar for today. There's an interesting footnote, by the way, that since you have Aiden in the screen, has a redaction. And the footnote is, during the first trial, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, the Massachusetts State Police, an essential witness against Ms. Reed and Mr. Carney, acting as a, quote, messenger for prosecution witness Gretchen Voss. And then there's a whole line, almost 2 lines that are redacted. Ms. Voss did in fact attend the first trial despite being on the Commonwealth's witness list. So it's basically saying there's a redaction, but it's saying that even though she was on the Commonwealth's witness list in the first trial, she was allowed to be in the courtroom because she also is credentialed media.
All right. See could you guys see or at least hear the chopper overhead there?
Is that a news chopper or a security chopper?
That's a very good question. It's kind of backlit, hard to tell from here.
Yeah. Now, who's in front of you right now? Who's everyone there now? Their names?
Yeah.
Besides Aiden Carney?
That's his girlfriend right there in the peachy colored trench coat. Just waved at us.
Yeah.
And then a couple other of his supporters. He's being interviewed right now by somebody. I can't tell who it is.
Is there any way for you to get in front and behind the interviewer to see? There you go. I mean, you've been here now 5 times. Everyone knows you.
Here's an interesting tidbit. See this young woman walking away? You
Yeah.
see her in the trench coat?
Yes.
She did time. Maybe that's not the right way to put it. She did time on Law and Crime.
She's what? I'm
now,
sorry. I couldn't hear you.
She did time on Law and Crime as a host, like, very briefly, and I can't remember her name. She's now with Inside Edition.
Oh, is
Anyway,
that it?
it's
Oh.
very incestuous business. So you can see here's the Registry of Deeds across the street. There's the statey who's holding traffic now for regular folk who are heading into the courthouse, probably dreading this, the first of many weeks they're going to have to put up with this.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's a disruption for those who have to really, like have a normal work life. It's a pain.
Because
But
there are a lot of
justice-
businesses there. I guess that's why that's the whole reason for some of the pushing back of where the protest area, I'm going to call it, could be, because of the businesses. If you recall, there was the farmers market issue, right?
Yeah, interestingly, if you were I'm standing now in front of the courthouse, looking across the street. There's the Registry of Deeds. Off to the left, where we came from, way down there is the outside the buffer zone. There's nothing down there but houses and a couple of churches. Okay, if you look the other direction, to the right, and I'm not sure what you can see here. That's a church, white with a white steeple. That's where the real retail is. It's a few blocks down that way, and that's outside the buffer zone. So you can go wander down there and do anything you want. It's closer to the courthouse that direction, which is where all the retail is. So
Yeah,
I'm not sure if
so-
the retail issue was a factor in coming up with their boundary. I think it was more inconvenience for the protesters.
Is Aiden Carney there alone, or is he there with his attorneys Bradel and Betterow?
I don't see any attorneys. No, not yet, or not here anyway.
Excuse me, as my earpiece is making a run for freedom. So who's else in front of you now? I see Aiden's being interviewed. Can we interview Aiden about his motion, which we suggested he should do ages ago?
There's somebody going up the stairs that is. At this point, can you see who that is?
Journalist sitting in there.
Can you see that? That was Hank Brennan.
It's Hank Brennan going up the stairs? Okay, so
Normally he would be soundly booed, but there's nobody here to boo him.
well, you can't. That's what they want to avoid, and I understand that. I kind of agree with that. Being a lawyer, I'm a barred lawyer. I do want to have things run smoothly at the courthouse. I mean, I've been in situations where I've got into the courthouse. I didn't have security, and usually representing unpopular defendants, it's not a pleasant experience, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this might be a project of some sort that's documenting Aiden's journey. That'd be my best guess, based on what they're shooting and how they're doing it.
Well, it looks like that interview is ended. Is that it? From what I can see. So we just saw Hank Brennan go into the courthouse. Any indication of the defense team or Karen Reed?
Good luck, man.
Good luck.
It looks like it's going to rain there, Michael Bryant. The clouds are getting.
Man, it was pounding overnight. There was so much rain overnight, but it broke this morning. Sun is trying to come out.
Yeah, I was up with my sister for a while in Red Bank, New Jersey. Had a tornado watch, not a warning, not an alert. I'm sorry, a tornado warning, not a watch, not an alert. Said take cover for the next half hour. So apparently it was all along the East Coast. This weather.
Yeah, it was nasty last night, no doubt about it.
Yeah. First time she's had to ever go down to a basement and grab all her cats first, of course. She was worried about, and I was like, Joan, just get down there, get down there, We have. Thank you very much. I can't see this morning for some reason. Let me look at the comment. Hold on. Let me see. Lady Justice, my Lady Justice, find her way to Canton. Thank you both for all you do, and that is from Megan. That's a wonderful donation. Thank you so much, Megan. Michel Bryant, we are committed. It's his 5th time there, and we're just committed to being there. And thank you for noticing and helping us to continue to make these trips up to Canton. Appreciate it. Now, it seems to me that the crowd's getting a little bigger, Michael.
No. Yes. Yeah. That's not happening yet. Okay. So he's. Okay.
I don't know. I haven't checked this morning, but they usually don't do anything before 9.
Okay. Okay.
Probably not clear if we'll hear about either a hearing or just kind of hours, which is doubtful. So it'll probably be.
There has to be a fight. Yes, there has to be a fight. Yeah. How's the tax season going? Yesterday was the day. Right. Congratulations. Take a breath on that at least. So I guess more people are starting to, get ready to get here.
I'm going to just stand up for a second, only because I realize the reason I can't see is that I don't have my regular glasses on. I just have my reading glasses on. So you'll have to bear with me on that.
Okay, so according to what I just heard from Aiden's girlfriend is his deal, his objection or motion to be exempted from the sequestration is not on calendar yet, so that's not happening this morning.
Okay.
He's just going in, as a press guy who's covering the case. So
right.
I guess we'll see what, if anything, that happens to his efforts to do that. Is he going to get bounced until that's resolved?
Well, I don't see how there could be a sequestration when you're dealing with the jury pool, which is you can't tell anything, right? I mean, but should it be dealt with? Yes. I mean, absolutely. If you can put every journalist on the witness list, because there was yesterday, interestingly enough, in the Lori Vallow case, Nate Eaton, who works for one of the papers in Idaho, had been put on the witness list by Lori Vallow on the basis that he had questioned many of the people that were going to appear as witnesses, and she wanted him on in case he could come on and give testimony that would contradict them. And the judge ruled, "Nuh-uh, struck that subpoena. You're a journalist. You can't be on there because you may have interviewed people."
It's a simple call, but in most parts of the world, I should say, it's a simple call.
So you don't know what's going to happen here because they hate him so much.
Yep, and everybody knows.
You got a school bus passing by.
Yes, there it goes, the big yellow school bus wandering by. So I'm just trying to count cops here while I'm standing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would say 9 that are within my immediate sight. And it's all very, civilized, but that's because they've pushed everybody way. I mean, I can barely see the flags and the people outside the buffer zone.
And which way will Karen Reed and her attorneys come in? The same way Hank Brennan came in, or what?
Very interesting. Normally, no. Normally, they would come in. I'll point you in that direction. Normally, they come in down here at this corner where the stadies are all queued up and the cameraman walking toward me. Normally, they would come in from that corner. That's where I've always chatted with them on the way in. But everybody, as you can see here, it's queued up on the other side, which is where, interestingly, the attorneys usually would come in, not her counsel, but the prosecution and sometimes family members. Sometimes family members are dropped off right here at this crosswalk, and they got the express pass. They got the Disneyland express pass. But I think generally it's because they're like Mr. Reed is a little older, and those that are a little more challenged physically get to be dropped off right at the steps there.
Yeah, I think you should email. We should email the office in Boston to say, where the heck is our press pass at this point, because they haven't even responded to the application.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right on that because I fully expect they'll snap to attention when I do.
Well, no, but I think we should be on record on that because we may want to do something. We may want to go from there as we get closer to being in the courtroom, especially since right now, obviously, you're in the buffer zone because you're a reporter. No problem. I think that people could be walking in that buffer zone, quite frankly. I think the buffer zone is for protesters, and that's all it's set out for. I don't think you can keep the regular public from going on to public lands if they're just on doing nothing. And I don't see how they can say reporting is doing something that is illegal. So I think that in case they do deny it, that we may want to continue that fight.
Oh yeah, and we'll have a lot of opportunities to do that.
Yeah. Let me just tell you.
I think I'm based on what I can tell by looking around. First of all, there's only about 30 of us in this little area. I'm not affiliated, obviously, with traditional media. I think I'm the only one here that's not.
But traditional media, legacy media is changing. That's what they're viewing it as. But YouTube is the biggest news organization in the world in terms of how people get their news.
Of course, but I'm just looking at this from a practical standpoint, as they deal with things on the ground here. I mean, we know, what did Trump just do yesterday? He's now opened up seats on Air Force One and the Brady press room to folks like us.
Right, like us, because that's where people are watching. That's how you get, look at the big media isn't here, right? Now, in the words, by the way, of Attorney Alan Jackson, quote, we ain't go no quit. We ain't got no quit, I think it should be. Now we're, as we tell everybody, we are not free Karen Reed people. We are, the justice system needs to work.
Can you see everybody going up? Hello, can you see everybody?
Nope, I can't.
Everybody go up? Okay, did I have a bad shot on you there? That was everybody going up.
Okay, talk through it with us.
Well, they're gone and up and in. That was Karen Reed. That was her attorney. Her attorneys. I saw Yannetti and I saw your friend, Mr. Jackson. So that's why everyone was queued up where they were. They came in. It was normally the opposite side of where they've come in the past. So I'm guessing
maybe when we get off the air, we'll get a screenshot of that, try to enlarge it and show people.
How are you? Thank you.
Who's that? Who was that?
That's Esty. Esty is one of the inner circle with Karen Reed.
How many seats does the Karen Reed side have? Because they do have seats in the courtroom.
Well, in the small courtroom, it's 10. It's 10 per.
Right. How about in the large courtroom?
That I have no idea. No idea. And there's kind of an intermediary size courtroom too.
So they must have given the Karen Reed people, or the Karen Reed people have another place that they're either being dropped off, probably dropped off, right?
Right.
And then they walk, but there has to be. We'll have to find out where that is for tomorrow, I guess. But you won't be there tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is. There's a one-way street just on the other side of the courthouse here. If you look at just right past the stadies there, it's a one-way street going behind the courthouse, and I'm assuming that they just make that turn in there and do that. So, well, the stadies are coming to roust us out.
Let's see what happens here.
Did you make a trouble? What was he telling you to move along or what? I don't understand.
They don't like it when you stand still. They need you to move your feet. They're worried about my exercising.
So, how's it going? How's Karen doing? What's happening? How's everything progressing?
It's going the best it can, you know. We did a bunch of stuff yesterday. So, and some of it is, in my opinion, unconstitutional. She deserves to have a fair trial and hire experts that are experts and have been witnesses before, or experts in trials before. And she hasn't denied any of the experts on the phone last year.
No. I believe that was the first one. Is that right? Is that right, Linda? That was the first expert outright denied, right?
I'm sorry, what did you ask, Michael?
Easter was the first expert just outright denied, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah. All right. Well, hang in there. Does it ever get warmer here?
I know, right? In a baby
pink.
Bjorn.
Who are you speaking to? Does she have a name? I know you know her, but maybe people who are watching do not.
This is this is Esty. Esty, and apparently the dog is Gracie.
Oh, hello! I want to see the dog. Oh my gosh, how adorable! Oh, how cute!
Again, the belly rubs and everything.
Oh, Michael Bryant, you need to. Are you allowed to pet the dog, Michael?
I can pet the dog. Yes, I can pet it.
Hello. We're very dog friendly here at Justice Served TV. If you know, Domino and Tubi are always in our shots.
We'll have a good one.
I'm heading back through. I'm just taking my phone. I'm walking.
Yeah, I think your dog's walking you, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna walk back down toward the buffer zone just for fun. I'm tempted to go over to the registry, but I think they might get a little antsy. Because to be honest, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
out
I
any-
think you're going to be allowed in the buffer zone all the time as long as you're not a protester. But I would take your. It makes me think that we should have a Justice Served TV identifying something or other on you when you're at some of these places.
I think, believe it or not, I think that would be bad because I'm working kind of undercover the way I'm doing this. They don't like any. I mean, again, because I'm challenging them to say, "Well, where's your protest?" And then I'm done because I don't have one.
I stepped on my own foot.
So if I'm more obvious about it, they're going to ask, and then then they'll have a reason to shoo me away.
I'm scared of them. They're gonna yell at me.
Yeah, just something. You carry your. I mean, when you have your microphone, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is that suggests, oh, you're media? Well, I don't have any pass hanging around my neck, so are you just challenging them to enforce the media zone? I'm not sure that's the smartest thing to do.
Well, do they have a media zone? They don't. The order didn't say anything about a media zone. It just didn't, because how are you going to prevent regular normal people from walking past the courthouse if you're allowing the media to walk there? It's the protesters. I thought the whole idea of the buffer zone was to keep the protesters out and to have areas that streets could be closed if the police needed to close them for security at certain time. It wasn't to keep people from walking, to using the public place. And you're at this point a member of the public, whether or not you're reporting on it or not. That's what I thought. I think to go beyond that in enforcement, that is problems. That's problematic. That could get that could be a new lawsuit.
Every trial I've ever covered, including even the Daniel Penny in Manhattan recently, there are areas where only the media can go. Protesters have their own zone as well, but there are areas where only the media can go.
Yeah, but where is that said here? Because right now the media pass only gets you into the courtroom. From what I can see, it doesn't get you anywhere else.
On a practical level, it gets you to the base of the stairs to the courthouse. Now, I have not seen them throw anybody out, but I have seen them shoo people away. So how aggressive they're going to get, I don't know. I guess we could find out. Okay, so now I'm back down at the buffer zone, the border. Yeah, I think this crew that was interviewing Aiden is they're doing some sort of documentary, for lack of a better word, on his trials and tribulations. So here's what it looks like if you're right at the edge of the buffer zone.
Right here, now we're at the edge of the buffer zone. Now we're with the Karen Reed supporters, right?
Yep.
Hey, you're crushing it.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
Now you're inside the buffer zone. You're in trouble. You're in big trouble.
All right. I love watching you guys.
Oh, well, thank you. Say hi to Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Hey, how are you?
I was so happy when I saw you. Remember we had that conversation like a month ago?
Yep.
I was like, what's your deal? What are you doing?
Yeah, what is my deal?
So
Yeah.
I was sizing you up.
Yeah.
And there you are.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Linda says hi.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, how are you?
She adores
Thank
you.
you. Oh, thank you for watching us.
Really appreciate
like talking about what's happening and none of the crap. I can't.
Yeah.
It's too much of it, and it distracts from what's really happening.
Yep.
You know, and the fact of the matter is, a prosecutor is in the interest of justice. Period. The end. Let's just leave it like all the other. So if you're a prosecutor, right? Why are you trying to obstruct the justice all the way around? And it goes back to when there was the jurors, right? If there's a question about jurors last time, if you're a real prosecutor and you really want the interest of justice, aren't you gonna like turn over all those rocks? Whether it's right, wrong, like whatever.
You mean do an investigation?
Like, you hear that?
Like,
are you kidding?
Yeah.
And I just like yesterday with all the crap, like she said the quiet thing out loud. Colin did it. Come on.
Yeah.
If you get anything else from that motion, like look at that text message. Where are we? So maddening. I just can't even believe it. And I got little kids, right? 9 and 10. And I am not an F the police type of person. Okay. I respect authority. I come from law enforcement family, all the above. How am I supposed to consciously tell my children if you need help to go to the police? Do you think I would pull over for one on the side of the road?
Scary, right?
Like I think of what I will do if I get. I've been to Canton. You know, I live on the North Shore, but I've made a lot of friends. So I go to Canton quite often. I would love one. And they follow me. They follow me out of Toronto. It's ridiculous.
Can you ask her what she thinks, by the way, of the Sandra Birchmore case, since she's talking about the corruption in the system?
Okay. Yes. Dina just wanted my handing out flags. So what do you think about the Sandra Birchmore?
I have a really hard time speaking of it. Again, you know, the lack of let's talk about it from the state is really disturbing. And, you know, you have this elite law enforcement people that literally checked the box for this girl. I mean, she was groomed and she never had a friggin' chance to be a kid. You know, I see trolls talking about how she was like the R word. And it's like, okay, well, you understand that you did that? You never gave that little human a chance to develop her brain properly. Okay, and she had this sick obsession. She was clearly searching for something in her life. She had a really crazy life, and you honed in on that. You are a sick individual, and there isn't a warm place in hell for anyone. And we're supposed to trust. So creepy.
What do you think about the ME who originally said it was suicide, now standing by that report?
Oh, I was out of my mind. I was thinking of my girl yesterday. I can't. And it's like, so they come out and they say that yesterday. Like, what are you doing? Like deflecting all over the place. So let's talk about Sandra Birchmore again and how we're right because Karen Reed's about to stop. Is that what it is? You're wrong. You are wrong. Like, did you watch the Microdots video?
I did. Yeah. Well produced. It really was.
Very well.
That's a lot of work.
And like, think of that. Like, you literally take this child to a deserted parking lot in the dirt. Like that restaurant, I will never go to one of those restaurants ever in my life. And that restaurant in particular, those are always kind of set back. I don't know if you notice. I notice things like that. You know, like a Lowe's is always up on a hill, right? Right? And it's the same with those restaurants, the Chateau. They're like in the back of a place. Like you're just sick. You're sick. And then that guy, Canning, is all got his hands all on this, but there's nothing to see here. Really, I beg to differ. We're just lunatics.
Michael, tell her that we're going to devote a whole hour tomorrow night on the Sandra Birchmore case.
Linda wants me to tell you we're doing an hour tomorrow night on Sandra Birchmore.
Okay.
So just to bring people up to speed on
that
that.
I have a hard time with like listening to creators and stuff. Like I don't like any fun being poked at it. I can't handle it, like jokes and all of that, right? So again, I like to listen to serious people.
Interesting that they feel a lot of the creators are joking about things like that. We don't. Obviously, we take Birchmore very seriously. As we've said in the past, my husband is the forensic pathologist expert for the civil case for Sandra Birchmore. So we take it very seriously. And you can't joke about people's death. It's just that is inappropriate. Every person who dies is important. Every death is important. Every homicide is important. So we try to take it very seriously. We may joke about other things like us, but certainly not about people who are victims of homicide or victims of the system.
Scott's got Scott's got a system. He's got a bag that he puts over his sign so that he can walk through the buffer zone.
That's how I got it.
So, and here's Tom.
And Scott McGinnis. Scott McGinnis has been on the show. Hey, Tom.
There's Tom.
I absolutely love her husband.
Thank you. I love my husband too.
She said she loves him too.
When I realized I put them together,
Yeah.
it changes everything. Like when the glare was on.
You mean you didn't like her before? Now you like her?
I loved her.
Oh, you loved her before. Okay.
Yeah, because of her husband. Now I put them together.
Okay.
I'm like, oh,
I got you.
Best guy in the world.
He's unbelievable,
Smartest,
right?
The smartest guy. Like you can't get any better than that.
And he in the Birchmore case, right?
Oh, exactly. He knew exactly.
The only reason that Matthew Farwell's in federal custody right now is Dr. Baden.
Because of him. Yep.
Well,
Yep.
not the only reason.
Well,
But instrumental. Instrumental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that I absolutely just love. I love that. That's just so great. So from me to you, thank you very much.
Well, Tom, we hope to ask Tom that we hope to have him on.
Yeah, we're
We're doing an hour on Birchmore. If he wants to come on, we'd love that. Right?
So you can be in
The flag. Camouflage me in a flag.
When you find the rabid mob they talk about, let me know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know.
You know?
I heard a story. I was watching I think it was Fox, maybe one of the national outlets who were just, I call it, they dip their toe in,
See what happens.
And there was somebody saying that, that was one of the big issues, that the crowd was obnoxious and unruly, and that's why they had to create this buffer zone. So guys, please stop being so unruly and obnoxious. You're really bugging me on that.
ridiculous. When we were allowed in this area, we had the tailgates open with the Dunkin' Donuts and stuff. So we were giving the police and the media donuts and coffees. That's an unruly crowd, right?
That is. Well, let me know if you're going to make the incognito move. I want to track you on that. Okay? So Scott may be doing that. He has to put the bag over his sign and walk through the area because he wants to go get a donut.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You can't stop the public from going through. I mean, we have the order, we have the buffer order. We'll look at it again closely. But my reading of that, you can't stop the public from going through. I mean, yes, if somebody, the member of the public, becomes unruly, sure, but it's not like you can say you can't go through it. And that's why I think that you can absolutely go through, right?
Yeah, I think passing through. See, that's the distinction I'm making. You can pass through, but hang out, broadcast.
Well, why not broadcast? Quiz Girl became a YouTube member. Well, thank you. Woo! Spread the word. But I know you're making a distinction. That's definitely absolute. But to have a member of the media stop and question somebody, I think that's a violation of First Amendment if it's not interfering with security and it's not protesting in any way. Now, maybe you can't have a member of the protest group because that would be is free speech then in the buffer zone. Is that not allowed if you're just there standing and you're not holding a sign? You can't do an interview with the media depending on who you are. I think that's got some problems.
So I'm walking back down toward the court.
Okay.
Freezing my ass off. I mean, it's a little chilly. Eh?
Michael Bryant, you sound like J.D. Vance in Greenland. It's cold out there. Well, suck it up, big guy.
Yes, I became a member 2 weeks ago, Mike.
That's great. Congratulations.
I love your show.
Thank you. Linda says hello.
Hi.
Linda, hi. I loved your husband on Autopsy. He was the best. I wish he was here. To show
Oh,
us
I wish he was here too. I would be so proud of him if he were. I tell you what, Michael doesn't talk to me about his cases. I would just be so
I can't
proud if
hear
he
you,
were
but
here.
it's pathetic.
You can tell her what I said.
Right. What was that again?
I said, Michael doesn't, as you know, doesn't talk about any cases. But boy, if he took this case, I would be so proud of him.
She said he doesn't talk about any cases because that's kind of the
I
line they've
know.
drawn. But if he did, she'd be so proud of him.
Oh my God, he's fabulous. I loved him. I used to watch him all the time. And I used to see her too. She on Court TV, right?
Law and
She was
crime.
on something, yeah.
Law
I
and crime.
remember seeing her.
Yep.
Love strong, powerful women.
So what's your deal? Where are you going? What's the plan?
I'm going to get a bagel.
So you're just crossing through the demilitarized zone here?
Yeah.
Where's the best bagel shop? What's the best bagel shop? Come on, let's give us the scoop. Give us the real important scoop.
Is it a good bagel shop? Is it one worth walking to, or is
Oh,
it just like it's the only one there?
It's right next to Dedham House. It's actually, no, it's really good. They make their own bagels, not like New York bagels, though, but they're pretty close. There's a diner next door too. So whatever you feel like eating, like.
And I'm talking to this wonderful person. What's her name?
Well, she has an incognito name.
Okay.
Right? Give Linda your name.
Cheech.
Yes.
It's really
Cheech.
Charlene Savioli.
Oh, are you like me a paisan? Is she a paisana?
Since I've been 4.
She said, "Are you a paisana?" I think we know that.
Mini
Yeah.
ravioli. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm from Calabria.
Ravioli. Same thing. Yep.
Just like that, we are. Just we don't even have to know each other. We're just like that.
So obviously, this is the front of the courthouse steps with the crime scene tape all over the place. No stopping. No stopping for cuts or blood.
Somebody wants to know who my husband is. Yeah, I can see people answering. His Dr. Michel Baden. He's a forensic pathologist.
It's down here a little bit, so we should see it down here tomorrow. So when she comes in this way.
So what's the deal? They dropped him right here, correct?
Right here.
I'm
Yeah,
actually going to turn my table a little bit, my desk, because we're getting a little bit of a.
Let me just show you where we are, orient you a little bit. Here we're past the front of the courthouse, right? And this corner here, as I suggested earlier, is where they dropped them off. So they just pulled the car in here, dropped everybody off, and let the fun begin. So they're not parking anywhere. This is just kind of a stop and go. Oh, and now the Stadie's coming at me. You're looking at him. Let's see. Do you see him coming after me?
Why is he coming after you?
I don't know.
All right, well, let him come and let's see what he has to say.
Can't stop here. Can't stop here. Okay. All righty. You bet.
So now we have the answer to our question. You can't stop in the buffer zone. You can only move. I have to look at the order to see whether it says you can't stop if you're just a regular person.
Yeah, well, I definitely don't think it goes into that kind of detail.
Well, you could throw yourself on the sword and get arrested, and we can see where it goes.
Yeah, I don't like Dedham that much. Here's the district court across the street. I've never seen anything happening there. Nothing. So their interpretation of the rule is apparently you can walk past the courthouse. You just can't stop.
Interesting interpretation of the rule. So if you see somebody you want to interview, you just go with them and you keep walking.
Oh, sorry. I'm hogging the sidewalk. Sorry. So here's the other end of the buffer zone. So you can see. Let me show you right here. You can see there's what they call the Boston General Store, which is just an old sign, but it looks like a general store.
So is that store the first store that's outside the buffer zone? In other words, is there any other store that's inside the buffer zone?
No. There's the district court. There's a law office, a couple of law offices, and then this place is inside, and now we are outside the buffer zone.
Yes, Stacy points out to the order says you can't gather. I know that, but usually gathering means a group.
Don't you have to have more than one person to gather?
Right.
Can one person
like 2 people?
I don't know. Can one person gather? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean that's how it's usually interpreted. But anyhow, I'm sure you could walk and do interviews with people through the buffer zone.
That would be interesting, right? Yeah. Well,
Right.
I kind of did. I mean, that's
You
what I was
just
talking
did, right?
to Goosh and a couple of other ladies. So as you come down this way, there's the county commissioner's office, and then you'll see that it opens up into just the Dedham Historical Society and Museum. But right at this intersection, it kind of opens up into what would be like a normal, retail area. Yeah, pizza joint, bagel joint, wine store, that kind of stuff. And
Hey,
again, this is
Shy Gal points out,
outside.
Michael, it's April Fool's Day. April Fool. Maybe they were just threatening you for April Fool's Day, and they didn't really mean it.
Hey, maybe.
Maybe.
For some reason, I don't see a lot of humor in the Stadies, so I don't see them doing any sort of comedy bits.
Hey, Addie, how are you? Addie's Real Tea. My Addie. Hey, Linda, good to see you both. Thank you, Addie. Nice seeing you too. And thanks for the donation. We know Addie from Long Crime.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Addie.
Okay, it is really died down here in terms of activity. I'm walking back toward the Registry of Deeds, which is where the jurors are, in theory, assembling right now, right? But I've seen nothing to suggest like crowds of people. So here we are again, buffer zone, the magic zone.
That's pretty quiet on that side.
It's really even in front of the court and across the street. It's, all the fun is over. The parties are inside where they were today.
At 9 o'clock, they should be starting. Now, you don't think you're going to see any jurors at all walking?
How are you? I'm not looking for them, but they should be in that building. Right over there. They should be in the Registry of Deeds, going over their homework, doing their questionnaires. So again, they're going to do those questionnaires.
How they're interpreting gather to me, one person stopping. I think that's an inappropriate interpretation. I think that may be a violation. It's one thing to have. You can't stop. You can't stop and talk to yourself on the phone. Hello. What if you're talking to your office? You are talking to your office. I'm your office.
That's what I'm doing.
You're talking to your office. Yeah.
So I'm going to cross the street here and go to the other side where the Registry of Deeds is. Although it is it's on the buffer zone, you can see the cops all gathered out in front. Cops on bikes, cops on feet. And, again, since that's where the prospective jurors are gathering, I can see going on and kind of keep this tight.
So it looks like any media cameras have just left the area. We're the only ones. I just want to tell everybody that Justice Serve TV is the only one that's giving you this whole view, buffer zone to the other end, to what happens when you stop, where they are. You're not getting this anywhere else. You're not getting this on legacy media. You're getting it on YouTube. Why? Because YouTube is the largest place where people get their news, and apparently Massachusetts doesn't recognize that.
Interesting. I don't know if you heard that little discussion as I walked past those cops, but they were obviously irritated about something, somebody, some process. They said, we got the van here. We'll make some fucking arrests. We have to.
What did they say? Say it again. Say it again. Say it.
They said they were gathered right there in front of the jury collection point, that building, and they said, look, we got the van here. We'll make some fucking arrests if we need to.
Oh wow, let's get Dizzy. Let's get Oasis Cat to cut this clip of Michael, what he just heard. Maybe as we going past the cops and hear, maybe we can hear them. I'm sorry, I was
Yeah,
talking.
it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if you would have been able to pick that up or not, but I heard it
But that's
particularly.
okay. Yeah, but that's okay. Let's say you going past the cops and up to this point where Michael tells us what they said. So they got the van here. They're going to make some fucking arrests. Well, that's really a good way to start the day. Jeez, come on, guys. You're assuming that you want to make arrests. This is why people are upset.
They were saying, we'll give them one warning and that's it.
We'll give them one warning and that's it. I guess you got a warning to keep going.
I guess I did.
Let's put that out there too. Let's put that out there. I mean, you know, that's why everyone in this area. I was explaining to somebody last night and early this morning that because Karen Reed has now hit the legacy media, right? CNN has been doing it, Fox has been doing it. CNN had a 13-minute segment on this, as if, wow, they just found this case, right, this morning, and this case has become important not because it's Karen Reed. This case has become important, in my opinion, because, as you say, Michael, is a symptom of people distrusting the system up there. And I think Birchmore may have been the start, right, with the distrust. And Proctor was involved in the investigation there, also involved in the investigation of Karen Reed. So the distrust of the system is why this case is so big, and why, you know, why everyone or people are supporting Karen Reed, because if they don't think she's guilty. We say if she is guilty, let the state prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Let the justice system work the way it should, but don't try to subvert it with kind of sleazy tactics. You know, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
So that's
the feeling here is very clear. It is a huge problem. This is just one of the examples, and these people are pissed off. You know, you heard
right.
the woman. She's talking about having a couple of kids, and she would never pull over if a cop tried to pull her over because she doesn't trust what might happen.
Wow.
That's not a good situation.
Yeah, and interesting, because normally you hear that when we discuss cases with racial overtones, right? That Black families are worried if their kids get pulled over, what's going to happen in a community that distrusts the police. Here, you have a community. There's no racial overtones here. You just have a community that distrusts the police because of a lot of things, and this whole new thing with the medical examiner on Birchmore and Lieutenant Fanning, who was involved in that, was involved in the issue of the jury tampering that the defense thought. I mean, it's just such a crossover, and they distrust everybody.
Yep, there's no doubt about it. You can feel it, and they're frustrated. They wish it wasn't that way. Yeah, they want to be able to trust law enforcement. They want to be able to count on them. They want to feel safe, but it's the opposite here.
Yeah, and that whole passage, which we're going to cut and clip, where you're passing the two cops, they were discussing, we have the van here with them one morning, and we'll make some fucking arrests. That kind of goes into it also. I mean, that's the attitude that goes into it, instead of, look, we'll try to work it out, move them out, let's see what's happening. Give you one warning, we'll make fucking arrests. All right, I'm repeating that. I don't usually curse on TV that much. You all know that. Well, every once in a while.
We don't go crazy, yeah.
But I don't go
crazy. Wait a second.
Hold on, I'm just repeating.
Hi, Scott. See if you want him to take a walk with me to the other 200-foot line.
Yeah. Scott is, you can see he's got his sign bagged. So
Scott McGinnis. Let's see if the American flag is considered a protest.
Yeah, right. Is a flag a protest item? I'm not sure. Okay.
They don't have a problem with the American flag.
Okay. I was wandering that way, and I stopped at the corner, and the lady came and told me I can't stand there. I have to be moving.
All right, we're gonna have this. This is gonna be cut too, Dizzy. Let's get this cut too. Once it happens. All right, I'll keep quiet. Maybe you want to take me off the screen for this.
Right. Some people already went down here.
They went to the bagel shop. Yeah. I was with the. I think Gooch was heading that way, and then.
We were getting word that the first batch of jurors were in the courthouse early.
Because I haven't seen any real activity out in front of the registry. Not bodies.
Normally they fill out the jury questionnaires in the registry of deeds.
Right.
Jury pool.
Normally, yeah.
But maybe they filled them out quickly, and the first batch that was ready was escorted across the street to the courthouse.
Yeah.
Or did they see them in the courtroom and then they finished filling them out there? just to speed the process.
And
You know
to
what I mean?
stop the parade. Because I've not seen any large groups crossing the street into the courthouse.
See, so this is where we were last year.
Right,
This
right.
whole area.
Right.
I want to say, you see this orange marker here on the pavement?
Okay.
So there would have been a barrel.
This is the old buffer
There
zone
would have been a
area.
barrel here, directly across the street. So we had everything to our right.
Right. Which
So
is
these
a lot.
sidewalks, I would park my truck like where that black car is, or right where that car is, if I was here early enough.
Right.
So we would have all this area. People would have lawn chairs out here. So we had this whole sweet spot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we had room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it worked perfect for us last year.
Well, if you look at where they've lined out the new buffer zone, there's no retail or anything involved. Retail's all the other way, the way we're walking.
Correct.
So you're not really protecting them.
Well, if we decided to take our crowd and go to the 200-foot zone that we're going to walk to now,
Right.
we're really going to congest an area down here.
Yeah, and that's my point, that they've not prevented that from happening. You could do that and be right there outside the buffer zone, and then you'd be all over all the retail
But
properties.
there's a jury going in, a bunch of them right now.
I don't know if you guys can see that. It's kind of a far ways away, but looks like a bailiff or court official is at the end of that parade of people. Didn't look like all that many people, but maybe they're doing it
They
in
bring
smaller
them over in
chunks.
batches.
Smaller chunks, yeah.
So we were at the 400-foot line. I bagged my sign, and now we're going to walk 600 feet to the 200-foot line.
They real get caught. All that tells you that they know the truth. You can even stay anywhere.
Yeah, no,
This is like a third world country. That's what they do in third world countries.
no standing.
This state is real a freaking evil state. Hey, I just heard this morning about the governor. It make you sick. I don't want to even say it.
What?
The governor.
What happened?
Well, to start with, you have a governor who have a threesome. She leaves with a couple. The wife of the couple. You never follow how you got?
Oh, you're talking about Maura Healy?
Or he started with that. So you know what we remember. She said she was never going to touch this case. The only reason she touched it because of the scumbag, the proctor, said, you know, what I mean, to respect Caroline. Remember that she got a licky ball.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the only reason she put her neck out there, otherwise she wasn't going to touch it. Because she's with it. The woman is, remember, the guy who prosecuted Mrs. Reed is Scott Lenhow. Not that day, but he's the guy who have all the information because everybody. He's the only guy nobody mentioned till today. He was a prosecutor for 20 years. He was a prosecutor more than anybody else. He's the only guy nobody knows. Even Kerry doesn't know who he is.
Never not windy down.
I know. It's pretty interesting. So this is the Registry of Deeds building crossing here. Again, this is where most of the jurors queue up, we think.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
We're going to check out what the other
right
line
here,
is like.
that's got to go. No, you can walk it too. I don't want to see you walking by here against you. Good time. Okay?
Being friends here in the community action team.
Yeah, I didn't actually keep track as well as he did. I think I've only been by once or twice.
So that sergeant, Michel Bryant, we're very familiar with him. He's been here for years.
Which guy was that?
Sergeant that just pulled the decal off.
Oh, he just ripped his badge off. Yeah.
He can be reasonable, but he can also be a little
dick. Yeah.
short-tempered.
I was talking to a couple of them a few weeks ago, just asking, how do you get this detail You know, is it by random? And he
Well,
said most of them are assigned, like the same guys.
Correct. So within each state police troop, you would have stop team, CERT team. His group is called CAP, Community Action Team. So if the head of Mass Trial Court calls the state police and says, "Hey, we need extra security at this courthouse," the CAP team division of that state police troop is the one that handles that.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're
And that's why I don't understand why the CAP team wasn't the escort for the bus. Why is Fanning the escort? You know.
Well, we'll see what happens this time around.
I want to say this is
No, we're past it. See the SAT truck there?
no, we went past it.
Yeah, that's it.
With the SAT.
Yeah. That's it.
But if we took our large group and we're on both sides of the sidewalk, it's kind of congested down here. You post office.
Well, yeah, I mean that's to your guys' credit because that's much. It feels closer right there. It's a lot closer. I don't know that they wouldn't change it. The note.
Scotty. Hey, hi.
The note that the cops issued today underlined very clearly that the current restrictions are at this time, meaning they can change them if they want. I think if you guys queued up down here at the 200-foot line, which is much closer to the courthouse, much more congested in terms of the sidewalk and businesses. Yeah, I think they might change the rules on you. But you don't want. Your goal is not to disrupt the businesses for these folks down here.
Well, I think Sergeant Hardin and his group, they're figuring, okay, we can skirt the rules by not having any carrying signage and kind of just march in circles in front of the
right.
courthouse's gates.
Okay, we kind of lost a little bit of a feed there. I'm going to post one of the comments. Amanda Sander, if Karen Reed is so guilty, why do you have to stoop so low and trample over so many protections? It's interesting how there's always this push-pull of being scared, and there's an assumption that people are going to get violent. These people have not been violent. We've had them on the show. They're very, very well-spoken. Okay, what am I looking at right there? Is that Karen Reed in the courtroom as we speak right now? I know it's starting. I know it was starting, but I didn't think they were doing anything with jury selection unless they're just showing her in the courtroom and we're starting. So can I hear anything from that courtroom or no? I don't seem to be hearing anything. I don't know if you can hear anything. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
There are various ways in which the Commonwealth can prove a murder case, and the Commonwealth is permitted to proceed under all theories it believes it can prove. Here, the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder and that the murder was murder in the second degree. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, involuntary manslaughter is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in greater detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, at the outset, I would like to address the issue of public interest in this case and the duty of this court to adhere to the rule of law. John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while the public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed.
By the way, these are jury instructions
to
the jury panel that's there.
Case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. They will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, they will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, the rule of law will be upheld. In order to determine your eligibility to serve on this case, I'm going to ask you questions, all as a group, and then I'm going to ask you to fill out a supplemental questionnaire. We have found that the use of this questionnaire is helpful for several reasons. First, there are some personal questions on it, and we ask that you be candid. In addition, the process of filling out the questionnaire provides the opportunity to be more reflective as you answer the questions, rather than being put on the spot and asked to give immediate answers. After you fill out the questionnaire, we will have you come up to the sidebar one at a time so that we can follow up with you on your answers to the questionnaire and to my questions. I want to thank you in advance for your patience as we go through this process. As you may know, the lawyers for the parties participate in the selection of the jury. Under our law, each of the parties has the right to exercise what we call juror challenges. This means that each party has the right to challenge a certain number of prospective jurors for any reason or for no reason at all. Therefore, some of you may be excused during the impanelment procedure. If you are not selected for jury service on this case, you should not take it personally. Don't think that somehow you're not a fair person, because it's not a reflection on you at all. You will be directed back to the jury room and perhaps be picked for another case. In a few minutes, I'll pose a number of questions to you as a group. You have just taken an oath that requires you to truthfully answer these questions and all questions posed to you. If your answer to any question is yes, I will ask that you raise your hand and hold up your juror card in the air with the numbers facing out so that the court officer can read the number from the card. You don't have to get your cards out yet. I'll tell you when it's time to get your cards out. Now, the fact that you answer yes to one of my questions does not mean that you're automatically disqualified from jury service. It simply means that there are matters that counsel and I must discuss with you. If you find a question posed to the group overly intrusive, you may elect to answer the question at sidebar. I may have additional questions for you which relate to issues that may be raised in the trial and are designed to give us information regarding your ability to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case. And the lawyers are permitted to ask you questions for the same reason. This is not a test. There is no right or wrong answer to any question. We're simply looking for your honest and best answers to the questions. Now I'm going to have the lawyers introduce themselves. We'll start with the Commonwealth, and when the defense introduces themselves, please introduce your client. Mr. Brennan,
Your Honor.
please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hank Brennan. I represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Along with me are two other attorneys I'd like to introduce you to. All the way to my right is attorney Laura McLaughlin. And next to me is attorney Adam Lowry.
Thank you. Defense counsel, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Jackson. I have the privilege of representing Ms. Karen Reed, who is to my right.
Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Elizabeth Little, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Robert Alessi, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney. I have an office in Boston. I also have an office in Dedham. It is my privilege to represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Victoria George, and I have the pleasure of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you very much. Folks, I'm going to read a very lengthy witness list to you. It's important that you listen to the names because at some point I'm going to
So
ask
just
you
note
whether
there,
you know
Victoria
any of
George,
these
the prior
folks. So
alternate
when you hear
juror
it,
who
please
didn't
listen to it
deliberate,
in
is
those terms.
seated at
Now, it does
counsel
not
table.
mean
This is the
that
first
all
time we've seen her
150
in the courtroom,
witnesses are going to be
seated at
called at
counsel
trial,
table,
but you'll hear their
introduced herself
names
to the
if
jury.
they're not called. You may hear their names during trial. So it's important that we know if you know these folks. The list is alphabetical, but it's
It's a
alphabetical by
joint witness
first
list,
name.
by the way, so you don't know who's from the
Aidan
defense and who's from the
Kearney from
prosecution.
Jefferson, Mass. Dr. Aziz Wolf from South Miami, Florida. Alfredo Lopelato from Canton. Allison McCabe, also Canton. Andre Porto from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Andrew Klain from Bridgewater. Andrew Rentschler, PhD from Pittsburgh. Angela Malvone from Canton. Annie Chung from Canton. Anthony Flamati from the Canton Fire Department. Ashley Bell from Canton. Ashley Valliere from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Brian Albert from Norwood. Brian Albert Jr. from Boston. Brian Higgins from Sandwich. Brian Loughran from Canton. Brian Wanless, retired Canton Police Department. Bridget Meehan, keeper of the records in Canton. Caitlin Albert from Easton. Charles Ray, a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department. Chief of Police of Canton, Helena Rafferty. Chris Van E., PhD from Novi, Michigan. Christina Hanley from the Massachusetts State Police. Christopher Albert, Canton. Christopher Curran, Canton. Colleen Crawford from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in Canton. Colin Albert from Canton. Courtney Proctor from Canton. Kurt Roberts from Canton. Daniel Whitley from the Canton Fire Department. Daniel Wolf, PhD from Penns Park, Pennsylvania. Derek Ellington from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Dr. Marie Russell from Los Angeles. Dr. Elizabeth Loposada from Providence. Elizabeth Proctor from Canton. Eric Hanlon, Canton. Erin Beatty, Canton. Erin O'Keefe, West Bridgewater. Francis Walsh from the Canton Fire Department. Darren Wing from Green Cove Springs, Florida. Gary Fowler from Brockton. Gregory Woodbury from the Canton Fire Department. Gretchen Voss, Boston, Mass. Hannah Knowles from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Heather Maxon from Walpole. Arabito Hernandez from the Boston Police Department. Holly Price from Mountain View, California. Ian Whiffen from Vienna, Virginia. Dr. Irene Scortibello from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts. James Crosby, master's, PhD, from Jacksonville, Florida. Jason Becker from the Canton Fire Department. Jean DeMulis from Canton. Jennifer McCabe, also Canton. Jessica Hyde from Bridgeport, New York. John O'Keefe Sr. from Braintree. Judson Welcher, PhD, from a company called Aperture, LLC. Julie Albert from Canton. Julie Nagel from Canton. Dr. Justin Rice from South Weymouth. There's a juvenile whose initials are KF from Canton, and there's another juvenile whose initials are PF, also from Canton. Caitlin Boudreau from Raynham. Karina Kolakithis from Canton. Katie Camerano, also Canton. Katie McLaughlin from the Canton Fire Department. Keeper of the records for Ring from Hawthorne, California. Kerry Curran from Canton. Kerry Roberts, Canton. Kevin Albert, Canton. Kevin O'Hara from the Massachusetts State Police. Lance Mello from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Laura Sullivan from Pembroke. Laurie Cahill from Worcester. Leslie Pearlstein from Canton. Lieutenant Michael Lank from the Canton Police Department. Louis Jutras from Canton. Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police. Lieutenant John Fanning from the Mass State Police. Lieutenant Paul Gallagher from the Canton Police. Maggie Gaffney from Bonita Springs, Florida. Mark Lopelato, from Canton. Margaret O'Keefe from Canton. Marietta Sullivan from Pembroke. Mary Souza, Dighton. Matthew Amory from Canton. Matthew DeSogra from Charlotte, North Carolina. Matthew Erickson from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan. Matthew Kelly, Canton Fire Department. Matthew Kelsch, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Matthew McCabe from Canton. Maureen Harnett from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Megan Mariani from New York, New York. Michael Camerano from Canton. Michael Easter from Los Angeles, California. Michael Trotta, Canton Public Works Department. Michael Wagner from Foxborough. Mike Maroli from Bridgewater. Mike Rushworth from Thompson Station, Tennessee. Natalie Wyweek Berschneider from San Marino, California. Nathan Reed from Raynham. Nicholas Bradford from Lorton, Virginia. Nicholas Curran from West Roxbury. Nicholas Kolakithis from Canton. Nicole Albert from Norwood. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Officer Kelly Deaver from the Boston Police Department. Officer Nicholas Barrows from the Dighton Police Department. Patrick Haggerty from Somerset. Paul Makowski from Melrose. Paul O'Keefe from Canton. Rebecca Bison from Canton. Rebecca Treyers from Norfolk, Mass. Dr. Renee Stonebridge from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office in Boston. Richard Green from St. Beach, Florida. Richard Donatino from Canton. Robert Gilman from Hull. Ryan Nagel from Canton. Sarah Levinson from Canton. Sergeant Brian Gallerini from the Needham Police Department. Sergeant Sean Good from the Canton Police Department. Sergeant Paul Giampietro from the Canton Police Department. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan from Massachusetts State Police. Shannon Burgess from South Lake, Texas. Cheryl Waugh from Canton. Sophie Herzan from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Stephanie Devlin from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Stephen Mullaney from the Canton Police Department. Steve Nelson from the Norfolk DA's office. Steve Bernstein, who is a keeper of the records in Stoughton. Stephen Ridge from the Boston Police Department. Stephen Seraph from the Canton Police Department. Stephen Scanlon from West Roxbury. Terry Kuhn from Davis, California. Tess Chart from Lorton, Virginia. Thomas Beatty, Canton. Thomas Kelleher, Canton. Thomas Martin, Weymouth. Timothy Nuttall from the Canton Fire Department. Tristan Morris from Easton. Trooper Connor Key for the Mass State Police, also from the Mass State Police. Trooper David DeChico, Trooper Evan Brent, Trooper Jeffrey Kostowski, Trooper Joseph Paul, Trooper Kathleen Prince, Trooper Michael Proctor, Trooper Nicholas Garino, Trooper Zachary Clark. Wendell Robery from Canton, William Reed from North Dighton. That's the list of witnesses, folks. So in a while, I'm going to ask you all if you know any of those folks. So as you can imagine, this case is expected to take a while. The lawyers tell me that once we get a jury, which may also take a while, once we get a jury, that it's estimated that the evidence in this case should take 6 to 8 weeks. We do our best to let you know in advance what we anticipate the length of trial will be. When we start the trial, we will go full days so that we can expedite the trial. The dates that I'm giving you, the 6 to 8 weeks, is the far end of what we expect this to be, just for planning purposes. So the days will begin at 9 o'clock. We'll take a recess at about 11 for 15 or 20 minutes. We'll go until 1. Lunch will be brought into you. We'll start up sometime around 2 and go till 4 o'clock or 4:30 every day. And there'll be days off here and there throughout the schedule, and perhaps half days throughout the schedule. So that's the schedule that we intend to keep. Now, it might help you if I give you a preview right now about some basic law that applies to criminal cases like this. It's my job to teach the jury the law, and I don't do that completely until the end of the trial. So for now, I'll give you a very brief summary of some of the legal principles that govern the trial. First, and most basically, the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. An indictment is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her to trial in the superior court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Another important principle of law is that the defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that she is guilty. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, you accuse me, now you prove it, and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word. A defendant's decision whether or not to testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. The jury must not consider it in any way or even discuss it in their deliberations. Jurors in a criminal case must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. That brings me to the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before the jury in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A juror's job is to find the facts. In determining the facts, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and circumstantial evidence. I'll define those terms in greater detail later, but direct evidence essentially is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with his or her own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Jurors are entitled to consider both kinds of evidence. There is no difference at all in the probative value between direct and circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I've used the word inference. An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required, to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate or engage in surmise. When the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we are not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. We judges have the same problem, obviously, as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of on unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, I know that some of this may be confusing, and perhaps all of it's confusing at this early stage of the case. You'll certainly be in a better position to understand this at the end of the case when you've heard all the evidence and I can explain the law in detail. So don't be worried if you didn't catch everything I've said. Why am I telling you these things now? Because we need to know if you are able to follow the law in this case. You don't necessarily have to agree with the law, but all the jurors will have to apply the law as I describe it. So for jury selection, it's important to know if any of you might have doubts whether you can accept and follow these legal rules. So I'm going to ask you questions in a few minutes. So if your answer is yes to any of my questions, please raise your hand. Before we begin, though, I understand that sometimes jurors do not fill out the juror questionnaires completely, that sometimes we are in a rush to send them in, or sometimes we don't think that our situation applies to the question that is asked. If the lawyers and I notice that the questionnaire appears to be incomplete, we may ask you to answer the question for us. Also, if you know now that you failed to include information on the questionnaire, for example, a work history, prior involvement with the court, whether as a party in a case, a witness, or a juror, please let us know. So while you're taking out your cards, I will see counsel and Chief Rosen, juror number 79 too, and counsel at sidebar, please.
Okay. Yes, here I am. Now I'm unmuted. I just pointed out that she's seeing the counsel. There's something about juror number 79. I don't know what it is, but it stands out. We don't know who it is. We can't identify. But there's Karen Reed. Now, if she were my client, I would never leave her alone at counsel table. I'm just instructing everybody. I'd have a lawyer sitting with her, never alone at counsel table. But she was at counsel table this morning with all her attorneys, including her new attorney, Victoria George, right? That is the lawyer who was the former alternate juror who didn't deliberate and had recently joined the Karen Reed team. So now we have at least somebody kind of in front of Karen Reed, preventing the view. If you watch all my trials, I try to do that. Never have your client alone at counsel table. Rule number 1. All right. And usually have somebody sitting in front where the camera can't see her. At least right now, she is being covered. You have a lot of questions here. Let me try to get to some of them while we're in break. Kevin, Honky Breenan's spell checker. You get me all the time with the spell checker, Kevin. Is the denial of Mr. Easter as a witness good grounds for an interlocutory appeal? No, it would never be granted. It may be grounds for, if she gets convicted, for not allowing it if the subject matter could have made a difference to the jury and a decision. But a writ or an interlocutory appeal, which has to be granted to be taken, even if it were granted, would never win at this point. Just simply wouldn't. Involving an expert witness, when the judge said you could still go there because you could still go there by cross-examination. I think it was a wrong decision. I think it was a major wrong decision, but that's where Judge Kenney went. Amanda Stander, I think I started answering this and stopped. So that's why I'm putting it back up. If Karen Reed is so guilty, why do you have to stoop so low and trample over so many protections? That's a problem.
So now I have questions that I'm
Whoops,
going to
hold on a
ask you,
second. Here
and the court officers will
go back and forth.
read
get back
your
to you,
number.
Amanda.
So if you have that card, and hold it high, please. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings
court
with any
is
of the
resumed. Here we
witnesses
are.
whose names I've read? Please raise your hand.
96, 96, 32, 32, 59, 59, 3, number 3, number 83, 83.
So if you know anybody, and these are people who raise their hand and now they're just calling out the numbers.
All right, thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with the lawyers in this case or with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? I see no affirmative responses.
Expanded that to say the cat.
Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member have any financial or other personal interest whatsoever in this case or its outcome? I see no affirmative responses.
None expected there.
Has
Why, I don't know
anyone
why she didn't
seen,
expand it to say
heard,
the
or
Canton
talked
Police.
about
That's
this
where people would
case?
have
Please raise your
contact
hand.
with the cops.
Juror number 47, 47. Juror number 108, 108. Juror number 54, 54. Juror number 4. Juror number 7. Juror number 9.
So this is probably the panel of 50 she said she was going to bring in first. Remember, they're all going to be asked the same questions, and then after they call these out, I don't know if they're going to put them aside and bring another panel and do general questions, or they'll go to specific questions on these jurors. That's unclear to me how she's going to do this. But this is probably the panel of 50 of the amount of people that were called in today. 200, what she said, 69 or so.
Juror number 23, 23. Juror number 99, 99. Juror number 25, 25. Juror number 90, 90. Juror number 92, 92.
Now remember, this is a general questionnaire. This is not the 3-page specific questionnaire that I have in my hot little hands this morning that we'll get to, which still doesn't have the most important question that should be asked, according to Richard Gabriel, to see if there's impartiality or bias.
65. Juror number 105.
While they're doing the jurors, let me get back to Amanda. Amanda Stander. Yeah, you know, you wonder, right? You wonder why they have to bring in Hank Brennan. You wonder why there seems to be Michel Bryant actually concluded last night after the denial of the Easter motion for the defense that Judge Kenney was biased, which was an interesting discussion that we had. You can watch last night's episode on our YouTube channel. All right. Dirty Bev, to me, Linda Baden, the Kenney Baden. They threatened Tom's CPU this morning with arrest. It's true. Well, we've asked Tom to come on our show tonight. As you heard, I've never met him, but it turns out he loves my husband. Didn't know that I was married to Dr. Michel Baden. So, I hope he loves me independent of that. I have been a lawyer for 40 years and tried a number of cases, but, sometimes the love of one party gets mentioned. So hopefully after he comes on our show, he'll love me as much as he loves my husband. I don't even think he's met my husband, but that's another thing. Right. Mary sorry, I don't have my reading glasses on. I was in such a rush to sit down this morning. I forgot to get my regular glasses. Me again. Never worry about being you again. Ms. Linda, do we know if the new papers for Aiden, as Aiden Carney, Dr. Turtleboy, have been processed on docket yet? Better Roy said last night they filed for him to be in the court. I have them, so they don't have a date, but I'm having them right here. And they're really interesting. And if this keeps going on, that jurors are just raising their hands for things, I'll tell you basically what it says. He says, one, it's an improper subpoena to testify. Two, if he testifies, he's going to be called to testify. He'll take the fifth. So you're not gaining anything by putting him on the witness list. And by putting him on the witness list, you are trying to do away with his ability to be an independent journalist, for which he has a press credential. He sits up there in that high box, as you see, and therefore he should be exempted from the sequestration order. I think this is a winnable motion. If this is not a winnable, I think he does have to take this up on as an intervener. If she allows him to intervene, which she should. Remember, that's the first question. Can you intervene to file this motion? This to me is a winner.
Okay,
this
thank
should
you.
be allowed. Let's go back and hear what she
Have
says.
any of you folks expressed or formed any opinion with respect to this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Juror number 108, 108. Juror number 7. Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 107, 107. Juror number 2. Juror number 35, 35. Juror number 80. Juror number 97, 97.
Juror number 90, 90. Juror number 91. Juror 106. Juror 101. Juror 105. Juror 60. Juror 115.
It's 15 so far.
Juror number 66. And juror number 85.
Juror 109, Juror 73, 73, Juror 86, Juror number 3, Juror 94, Juror 40, Juror 59, Juror 53, Juror 84, Juror 112, 112, Juror 64, Juror 82, Juror 77, Juror 17, 17. Juror number 75, Juror number 43, Juror number 29, Juror number 28, Juror number 113, Juror number 36, Juror number 18, Juror number 37, and Juror number 22.
All right.
That's
Thank
40.
you. Are any of you folks aware of any bias or prejudice that you may have in regard to this
Formed an
case
opinion.
or in favor of or against either of the parties? If you believe that you might have a bias, please raise your hand.
This is a bias question.
Juror number 25. Juror number 8. Juror 90. Juror 91. Juror 101. Juror 105. Juror 65. Juror number 60. Juror number 115, 115. Juror number 66. And juror number 85.
Juror number 17, Juror number 38, Juror number 36, Juror number 37, Juror number 3.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, so that is 15, 16
Do any of you
people.
folks have any difficulty hearing or any problem with understanding the English language? any physical
So
or mental
the questions I were
condition,
interested
or
in, have you
any
formed an
religious or
opinion?
philosophical
That's
beliefs
the
that
40.
would interfere with your
And
ability
if you
to
have a
hear the
bias,
evidence
that's
in this
60. And
case,
interesting, it
to
doesn't equal
understand the evidence,
the
to
same. Because if you
concentrate
formed an
during the
opinion,
trial,
obviously
or
biased
to
one way
deliberate for the
and
purpose
another.
of reaching a verdict.
Also, the fact
If
that she
so,
didn't ask
please
the
raise
jurors
your
whether or
hand.
not they had any this is just if you can't understand the English language or have a problem hearing or need an accommodation. She didn't ask whether that anybody had a interaction with Canton Police or the Massachusetts State Police when she was talking about interactions. So remember, she has a jury panel there. I think she said she was going to do 50 at a time. And then she'd ask
Would
them all
any of
these
you folks
general
have any
questions.
difficulty following the concepts that I've described? First, that the burden of proof rests entirely with the Commonwealth. Second, that that burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And third, that the defendant has absolutely no burden. She's presumed to be innocent unless and until the jury determines that the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who would have difficulty following those very important constitutional concepts?
Juror number 5858, juror number 8.
Okay. That's two
Now,
people,
I
and
can
that
tell you
tells
folks
you
that after every jury
that
trial,
means
I
they want
talk to
to vote
jurors, and they
guilty if
often
they
tell me
can't
not only that their jury
follow the burden of
experience was an
proof. They want to get off
interesting
that
one,
jury.
but a rewarding one. I do understand, though, that for a few of you, however, service in this jury may be a substantial hardship, and let me explain what I mean by that. It's something more than mere inconvenience, because every civic duty we have causes us to be inconvenienced. It's far more extraordinary. It's something that would justify your being excused and a fellow juror having to serve in your place. I do understand, though, that it may be a substantial hardship. So if anyone has a substantial hardship, and what I typically mean by this is you have airline tickets or surgery scheduled during the course of this trial. But bearing in mind that this case may take 6 to 8 weeks to try according to the schedule that I've described, and keep in mind that I'll only excuse those who have a substantial hardship. If you think you are in that group, please raise your hand.
Juror number 97, 97. Juror number 47, 47. Juror 108, 108. Juror number 8. Juror number 50. Juror number 7. Juror number 23, 23. Juror number 24, 24.
Juror number 90. Juror number 91. 106. 101. 34, 105, 70, 80, 60.
Juror 6, Juror Little Mountain, 13, 31, 32, 88, 53, 110, Juror 3, 112, 64, 82, 17, 17. Juror number 43, juror number 42, juror number 69, and juror number 63. Juror number 62, 62.
Juror number 41, 41.
All right. So in a few minutes, I'm going to leave the bench to give you a chance to fill out the supplemental questionnaires that we have. I ask that you not talk to anyone around you or share with any other prospective juror or anyone any questions or comments or concerns that you may have about jury duty, either generally or in this particular case. If you should have any questions or concerns, you can raise that when you come back to talk to me. So we appreciate your patience. We understand that this will take a while, but I will recess now for you to do that. All right, thank you.
All righty. She is recessing, and the reason why she is recessing is she wants to have then fill out this 3-page supplemental.
President Trump is truly turning America back into a.
Well, I'm hearing news media about President Trump. I don't know how he got into our Karen Reed case, but if he wants to be fair about it, we welcome him. Okay, so let me just go back to where I was with your questions, then we'll talk about what's happening. ADHD in the making. Question: how can they legally use name Trooper Proctor when he was discharged prior to this list? Well, you got me. I guess he's appealing it, so I guess technically, I don't know whether you can still use Trooper rather than former Trooper Proctor, but that's what was decided, because I don't know if she's going to allow them to mention the fact that he was, I say fired. Everyone else says dishonorably discharged. I like the word fired. You know, Michael likes the word dishonorably discharged, but whatever it is, he's no longer a trooper in our mind. But the interesting issue, I wonder if they had discussions about that, especially if he gets on the stand for whoever. Okay. Yeah, dishonorably discharged, but he's still Trooper Proctor. Well, maybe, I guess she's not going to say former Trooper Proctor until that comes in as evidence. So are they dismissed with an affirmative vote? Okay, the ones that'll probably be dismissed usually are the ones, although she's going to question them and try to get them to say they can be fair. Or there were two. She said about the burden of proof. Does anyone have trouble following the burden of proof? And only 2 jurors raised their hands, apparently. Or their cards that have their numbers on them, more than likely. I mean, it's hard to tell how it's being done in there. All right. So, and those 2 clearly don't want to either truly believe Karen Reed is guilty, or because that's why they can't follow the burden of proof, or they get it. They don't want to serve on this trial. And what better way to say you can't be on this trial is that you can't presume her innocent. Okay. So she may just dismiss them. Or she may bring them up individually to the individual voir dire and have the Commonwealth try to rehabilitate them. Now, why would the Commonwealth want to rehabilitate them? Because they know already that they said they can't follow the burden of proof to presume her innocent. And judges, a lot of times allow that. And it's really unfair, because then you have to put in your little notes that you're going to be making that you're going to have to use your jury challenge on them, because you know that they are not going to be fair to your client. So that was a big deal, truly a big deal. Okay, so let's talk about what was filed. Let's first talk about the jury questionnaire that they're going to fill out. This is the 3-page one, the clean copy right here. And the first thing I did is go to page 3, and hopefully we can post it on our X account, our X Twitter account, in some way. We'll be working on that. But we had Richard Gabriel on, who is the extraordinary jury consultant. You may not like what he had to say. He thought the first questionnaire was just terrible. The second questionnaire, I think if he sees this on the media, he may say it's worse, because the one question that you needed to ask the jurors is, well, you've heard all this stuff because the first question is, do you have any knowledge of this case from any source? And probably everyone's going to say yes. And it says television, radio, newspapers, magazine, internet, Twitter, X, social media. And then there's a checkoff for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, other, podcasts, family, friends, observation in the community, overheard discussions, and other. I would note they did add Facebook to this one before they had not. He says, instead of asking what are the details you're able to recall, it should be, so what did you think? All right. What did you think when you heard all that? To get them to open up, to start talking about what they thought. And then from that, you can glean who may be biased, who may be impartial, who may be unfair. That question is not there. All right. The most important question that could be asked, because then it goes on and it says, what are the details of the case you're able to recall? Yada, yada. Okay. Are you aware of any specific impact this allegation has had on your community? Huh? Okay. All right. But that doesn't go to, can you be fair to Karen Reed, right? To impartiality. Remember, he said bias and impartiality are 2 separate things. Then he says, what is your primary source of news and information? How often do you read print or online newspapers, magazines, blog, and what sources? How often are you exposed to news from radio, television, podcasts, or social media, and in what sources? Well, that's why you have the top question, right? What is your familiarity with the case prior to today? Have you had, that's about the most open-ended question you have, but it doesn't say, what do you think? What are your internal thoughts? Have you had discussions about this case prior to today? Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, I've had discussions about it, but, that's, again, doesn't get into what do you think, all right? Is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service you may not read any news or media accounts about this case, watch or listen to any media or news broadcasts or commentary about this case, discuss this case with anyone, research or look this case up on the internet, or perform independent research? So they're asking, have you had any problems with that? Or can you follow that? Well, of course, they're all going to say yes if they want to be on the jury. We can follow that. Whether they do or not is a whole different story. Then it says, is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service you may not read or view social media articles, posts, videos, podcasts, or other non-traditional media platforms that may discuss the case? Well, isn't that really what 10 is about? It's the same thing, but now it's going specifically to podcasts. Maybe they're watching Justice Served TV. All right. And then the final media question on page 3, that's the media page. Is there any reason that if you are inadvertently exposed to extrajudicial influence or media about this case, you'd be unable to follow an instruction that you must report an exposure to the court officer? Well, you're going to tell them that in their jury instructions anyhow. This doesn't get to their impartiality or their biases. It really doesn't. This is, in my opinion, a terrible questionnaire when it comes to the media. Now, what do we also have? We had a specific question relating to 2 specific questions that were important. She brought in, I think, she was saying over 269 jurors, 250 today, right? And she may send 50 home depending on how far they get. Well, she may be needing those 250 today because the question is, have you formed an opinion, right? Have you formed an opinion on this case? 40 people raised their hands. Now, if she's only got 50 there, because that quorum I don't think holds 250, if she's only got 50, 4/5 of the people in there raised their hands and said they formed an opinion, right? They formed an opinion about this case. Now, if she's got all 250 in there, she's got almost 10% or 10% who formed an opinion, right? Basically, that's a lot. So now you have to bring them up to sidebar individually, do an individual voir dire, and ask what their opinion is. You don't do it in front of other jurors, although Inspector the judge did, even though we objected, because you don't want other jurors who haven't formed an opinion to be infected. But then, of course, you got to think about the other jurors, right? You got to think about the other jurors, because 10 people have not, if there's only 50 there. And I'm giving you 50 because that's the number I'm going to use right now. Are those 10 people stealth jurors that want to be on the jury? So that's what, if you have a jury consultant, that's what I'm telling the defense. If they haven't formed an opinion, are they stealth? Because they know if they have not formed an opinion, they get a good possibility of getting on the jury. If they have formed an opinion one way or another, they'll tried to be rehabilitated by one side or another, depending on what opinion they have formed, right? And sometimes jurors they'll say, I think she's guilty. And then the prosecution will say, well, can you follow the jury instructions? You know that we're in the United States of America, blah, blah, blah. And then what happens? They say, okay, I can follow the jury instructions. And that's a bad juror then for the defense. And the same goes with the prosecution is going to be looking for that. If someone says, I formed an opinion that Karen Reed is not guilty, what will happen is in terms of rehabilitation, the prosecution may just say, we want this person out, right? We want this out. It always works this way. If they formed an opinion that says somebody is guilty, they'll try to rehabilitate the juror so that the defense has to use a challenge. If they formed an opinion that says somebody's not guilty, the prosecution will say out, and the judge will usually go along with it. And I'm just telling you, the inside information. That's usually how it works, okay? And all. But that's 40 people who formed an opinion already. And then in terms of are you biased in one way or another? Well, look at it this way. If you formed an opinion, of course you have of course you're not impartial. Of course you have a bias one way or another. That was 16 people. So it wasn't the whole 40 who recognized. And I'd be interested to know if in the 16, are they the same? Are those 16 people included within the 40 that raised their hand? I don't know that because it was going so fast. I could not take the jury numbers. I'm sure if we go back and watch it, watch the stream, we'll be able to take the jury numbers, and maybe one of our mods or somebody who's watching this can do that for us. Take the jury numbers of who said they had formed an opinion and see if the jury numbers of who said they were biased are the same people, and the jury numbers of the two who said they could not follow the burden of proof that Karen Reed is innocent until proven guilty. And the state must prove her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If any of those coincide, I'd love to see that for any of you that have the time to do that. You'd have to go back on our live feed, which is still right on YouTube there, and see if you can get those jury numbers. I just had to take the check marks because I needed to know for you and discuss how many people were biased and not. So it really is interesting. Now, that's page 3, and I'm focusing on page 3 of the jury questionnaire because to me, that's the most important part of the jury questionnaire, to see if we can get an impartial jury. Now, when I say that, of course, you're really not looking for an impartial jury, are you? If you're the prosecution, you are looking for the stealth jury that has formed an opinion. If you're the defense, you're looking for the juror that kind of leads to either, I'm going to listen to the evidence, or I am going to, or I have an opinion she's being treated unfairly, but you don't think it's a bias. You don't think it's a bias in any matter. But we all say we're looking for the impartial jury. Really, we're looking for the juror that either will listen to the case, or the juror that we know, based on the research we have done, the sociological research of the best kind of juror, who would be informative for us or good for us in the jury room. So again, the whole idea of getting a juror that hasn't formed any opinions is ridiculous. And the stealth jurors, I'd be the one I worry about. The stealth jurors, the 10 who, if there are 50 there, the 10 who, and I think it looks like that based on the numbers, 10 who said, they have, they clearly have not formed any opinion because they want on that jury pool. Now, good or bad? Do they want it on because they're for Karen Reed or they're against Karen Reed? I thought it was also interesting that when she asked, has anyone had any interactions with law enforcement? And I think I said this as I was doing the side there. She did not. She absolutely did not put the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police specifically in there. And we all know that this case is a vehicle for the discontent that the citizens have apparently up there with what they believe is a system that is biased against them, the individual. And we're going to do some interesting, we're cutting it right now. Michel Bryant was there. As you know, we did the walk and talks for over an hour before court actually started. He was in the buffer zone. He's not wearing anything. He didn't even have a Justice Served TV microphone. He just has his phone. He's filming it for us, what he could see, showing us as if we were there. This is his 5th trip up there. Went to where the protesters or demonstrators are, I call it penned in. They're not penned, but they're way far away in a little corner parking lot. And the Dedham police did release a statement about that, which we're also going to get to. He went there and he walked back and forth, and he was with Scott McGinnis, who's been on our show. Scott covered his Free Karen Reed side because everyone has to walk the other way to go to this bagel shop that apparently everybody gets. And one of the people that are watching us, who did give us her name, said, well, it was a really good bagel shop. Not New York bagels, but really good bagel shop. And Scott did have a free Karen Reed sticker apparently on his lapel. And we're going to show you that law enforcement ripped that sticker off. Ripped the sticker off, okay? All right. We're also going to show you a clip on our X account and also hopefully our Justice Serve TV, but it's going to go on our X so that you can see it quickly too. That Michel Bryant, was he threatened or not? Well, here's what happened. He's been walking back and forth in front of the courthouse to get to where the protesters are. He also wanted to show us. We saw Karen Reed come in, and we're going to have that clip. We saw Hank Brennan come in. We're going to have that clip. We saw Aiden Carney, Dr. Turtleboy, being interviewed by media. Apparently, they're going to do somebody's doing some kind of documentary on him, and he and his girlfriend Melanie were being interviewed. We saw other people walking back and forth, some that were going into the courthouse that spoke to Michael on the phone. We didn't have our Justice Serve TV. We're just on our cell phone there. So not to cause any havoc, but most people know who Michael is right now since he's been there. But the police that were in front when he walked back the 5th time said to him, "I see you've walked back and forth here 5 times. Are you planning to do this all day?" And then there was some indication that he had to stop walking back and forth. He best tells it, and we're going to see it, and we're going to say, is that like some kind of threat? I mean, I've seen you walking back and forth here 5 times. What does that mean? He's a member of the public. It's public property. He doesn't have a free Karen Reed sign. He is an independent journalist. He's not even showing that he is a journalist. He's just showing he's a person. What does that mean? You mean if you walk the 6th time, you're going to get arrested? Is that what that means? And Dedham Police, if that's what you're saying, that is pretty bad, because that means, in our opinion, you got some issues. And that if Michel Bryant does get arrested because he's walking on the sidewalk in the buffer zone, but he is not demonstrating, he is not congregating, that's pretty bad. And apparently, while there is a rule that you can't gather in the buffer zone, the police are indicating that if you're walking with another person and talking, that may be a problem. That may be an issue. 2 people walking, talking, that's may be according to the police gathering. And we did hear, and you're going to have another clip. We heard that Michel Bryant said he walked past and it gathered on our microphone because you could hear them. They were talking loud. They know he's got the mic on. They know he's got the camera mic from his phone that's on his old phone. And they said, and Michel Bryant said, they said, we got the paddy wagon here. We'll give them one more warning, and we'll make some fucking arrests. Okay, that's not my language. You're going to hear that from the cops here. So they're already in this mode. We're going to make some fucking arrests. You can't walk back 5 times. They're in this mode. Now that's not for public protection. Okay, that's not threatening. There's nobody wearing gang tattoos. There's nobody in gang colors there, especially our own Michel Bryant. So this is going to be a real issue for Justice Serve TV if that happens. All right. That is absolutely intimidating. I think it's threatening. I think it's ridiculous. And we here at Justice Serve TV, we wouldn't fair to everybody. We invite everybody on our show who wants to come on, whether you like Karen Reed or not. We haven't kicked anybody off who is anti-Karen Reed. We just ask you not to attack people personally. Michael is a lawyer. He's a journalist. As you know, he's won an Emmy. He's been there. But apparently, you can't walk on a public sidewalk 5 times because then you may be doing something wrong. And that is going to be outrageously if something happens to him. So we're going to post that. And we're going to ask you all, once we post that, to repost it for us, please. Also, hit the like button right now if you can. I know a lot of you are watching. But please hit that like button, even though we're live. This is just like we're doing a live show at 6 o'clock tonight. By the way, we're here, and I'm so glad we covered this morning because there was no journalist, as you saw, who went from left to right, from the courthouse to where the protesters are gathering, back and forth to show you. There's even signs that say no buffer zone. There was no journalist. There was no outlet. Only Justice Serve TV was the only one there doing that. Okay, you didn't see any legacy media doing that. They're just coming. Look, oh, let me walk in here. Let me see what's happening. Let me walk away. Okay, we're trying to get the scoop of what the community feels, what it's like to be there, and the whole buffer zone. Yes, the buffer zone is for safety, but you really think Michael Bryant looks unsafe? You really think he looks like a threat carrying a phone, or is maybe carrying a phone, taping and showing in a camera what you're seeing? That's considered a threat. Well, that should not be considered a threat. Okay. All right. Yes. Truth here. Come here. Justice Serve truth. But despite that, let's go through truthfully before I go through the other 2 pages of the jury questionnaire. The town of Dedham issued through its chief of police a community notification with 2 pages of, and hopefully we can post this on our X account. By the way, here's the, I don't know if you can see it from here, but here is the where the protesters could go. Oh my gosh. It's this little tiny corner. You see that arrow down there? That's where they are, way down there. Okay. And they say, on Tuesday, April 1st, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed trial is scheduled to begin at Norfolk County Superior Court, located at 650 High Street in Dedham. This case continues to attract significant amount of attention in the media, on social media, and at the courthouse during related events. Through multi-agency collaboration, a plan has been formulated to provide for safety and security for all in and around the trial venue. The justice on this case, that means that's Justice Cannoni, has issued a memorandum of decision and order on Commonwealth's motion for buffer zone and order prohibiting signs or clothing in favor of either party or law enforcement. And they attach a copy of the order with the pictures, right? Please note that the buffer zone, as articulated in the order, has expanded westerly of the Superior Court as compared to the first trial of this case. Now, Michael Bryant showed you that where people went to park and to sit and to watch has now been eliminated. It's now included in the buffer zone, and the people that want to have their voices heard through the First Amendment are not allowed to go there. Even if they're anti-Karen Reed people, they can't go there, right? This is a uniform order against the First Amendment, basically. And yes, of course, you can have some buffer zones for security. But you go down here in New York City, who has the Center Street, who has the most important defendant you've ever seen. The buffer zone is like a sidewalk. You go across the street to the park. I mean, you walk down the steps, you go on the sidewalk, and you cross this little teeny weeny street called Center Street, and there's a park, and everyone gathers, and the media is there. And sometimes there'll be media even on the side of the courthouse. And you haven't seen anything happen there, have you? Okay, so a designated peaceful demonstration area outside of the buffer zone will be reserved in the Keystone parking lot on Eastern Avenue, closest to the intersection of Providence Highway and Eastern Avenue. That's where you saw, if you watch Michael Bryant, you saw him this morning down there talking to the people that are peacefully protesting. We ask anyone who may plan on peacefully protesting to read and comply with the court order. The beginning of the buffer zone on public ways will be marked with signage to inform members of the public, which it is. You saw those little white and red signs. They're not very big. They're like, no parking here from 2 to 6 type signs that you have everywhere. I mean, they're not like big signs, they're little tiny signs. Okay. Norfolk Street will be closed during trial-related activity at the courthouse between Court and Pearl Street. Pearl Street may be closed intermittently throughout the trial. There are no other planned road or sidewalk closures at this time. Now, the order didn't talk about sidewalk closures, right? You just can't gather in certain locations. All right. I don't remember Judge Beverly's Cannoni's order talking about sidewalk closures, but if it did, fine. I get that. Sometimes you have to close things for security and for safety, even if it's not in the court order. Roadways, sidewalks, and businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. Okay, so here we have it. Roadways, sidewalks, and businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. That's our own Michael Bryant walking 5 times past. If he took 6 times past or 7 times past, because he's got to get from the bagel shop to where the protesters are. So what? You're going to keep account on that? I mean, especially since the sidewalks are not supposed to be closed. The only thing you can't do is where free Karen Reed material, free Karen Reed signs, which is why you saw Scott McGinnis having a garbage bag covering his sign. All right. We anticipate that there will be an increase in activity in the area during this trial. We urge all to exercise patience when traversing the area. If you need a place to park, please park in legal parking spaces and in compliance with posted restrictions. And then there's a little gray thing that's apparently on all their press releases. The mission of the Dedham Police Department is to protect and serve the citizens of Dedham through collaboration, preventative programs, and the judicious enforcement of the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the bylaws of the town of Dedham. Well, let's hope. And when we go back to the cops that said, we'll give them one warning and fuck them, we'll make some arrests or something like that. We'll make some fucking arrests or something like that. Please excuse my language. It's not mine. I'm using what the cops are saying. And I think it's important to use that language, okay? There's a book that I had in my law school when I was in law school that talked about how that word expresses an intent like no other word in the English language. So if you can say, what do you, that's what they were using it for. They were going to make some fucking arrests. That's why they told Michael Bryant, was it threatening? I've seen you walk here 5 times now. You planning to do that more? All right. So what? So what? Okay. So what? All right. Now let's go to some of your questions here on this, and then we'll go back to the jury questionnaire. By the way, I just have to give you a little funny. We weren't sure we were going to stream live today, but we thought since Michael is there, we'd go to the courthouse early so we can catch the teams going in. That's Karen Reed and all. And Karen Reed came in a different way, so it was kind of a far shot. But we're going to again post that. We're going to post Hank Brennan. He arrived about 10 minutes before the Karen Reed team. They all arrived just before 9 o'clock when the jurors are arriving, right? And we're going to post that. And then, of course, this ended up being an hour walk and talk, over an hour. And then Judge Beverly Canone did decide to stream, obviously, the jury instructions, not the individual jury voir dire, but the jury instructions, where we learned a lot by her questions of the jurors on the basic instructions that she was discussing. So we are really happy that we actually decided to live stream this for you, because no one's going to have the footage that Justice Served TV has from this morning. So let's answer some of your questions, and then I'll go back to page 1 and 2 of the jury questionnaire, and then we'll go to Aiden's motion again and some other things that were filed, such as the Commonwealth's motion for parameters of jury empanelment and the Commonwealth's motion for a larger screen in the courtroom. That one's not, that one's kind of like, okay, they want a big screen, but so what? But the others are very interesting. So Afton, hi Afton, nice to see you. I thought Judge Canone eliminated the police enforcement part from that motion. Yeah, I thought she did too, except that she said it was like reasonable. They could use reasonable measures or something like that. But the threat of, we'll give them one warning for what? Are they talking about people that are violating and are protesting? Are they talking about people that walk through to get to the bagel shop and have their signs covered? Are they talking about citizens that want to stand there because you can't gather? I guess gathering means you can't stop. Gather and stop are two separate issues, right? So Michael Bryant, he can't stop like on a corner. He's got to stop on a corner to cross the street when he's doing an interview. That's stopping. I guess that's gathering, according to the police. All right, we're going to see, because somebody's going to get arrested that should not be arrested. That's coming in this trial. Okay, especially with the attitude of, again, I'm going to repeat, and we're going to post it, and Dizzy will tell me when it's posted, on Justice Served TV. And I think it was picked up on Michael Bryant's microphone. If not, he and I discussed it. They said, we've got the paddy wagon here. We'll give them one morning. Now we're going to make some fucking arrests, okay? That's an attitude. That's tude, baby, okay? And they're not talking about making arrests for people that are protesting for the prosecution. They're talking about making arrests for people who are protesting against the prosecution, or people maybe they don't like if they walk past 6 times. So Michael Bryant, by the way, is on his way to another location to film something for a program we're doing this week. I'll let you know that after, because I don't want anyone interfering with him. later this week. So stay tuned Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for our coverage on where he is going. Where is Michael going? I don't know. I'm giving away a mug on that. All right. So let me go to ADHD in the making again. Hi, Linda. Are you able to get in-state and out-of-state attorneys to petition Judge Kenney in Massachusetts, speaking to papers and news stations? These people need help watching from Australia. Well, first of all, people have to come to you as an attorney, and then you have to get a local attorney if you want to challenge anything that's been done. For instance, if Michael Bryant were arrested, Justice Serve TV would obviously hire a local attorney for him, and we'd, I am part of Justice Serve TV, so I don't know if I can represent him in that, but we certainly would hire, and we'd also ask news media organizations to come in. Interestingly enough, they only tend to come in when hire attorneys when something in the courtroom is not being streamed that they want to do. And we are not part of, that, but all these news organizations are under such fire right now that they've eliminated a lot of stuff. It'll be interesting to see what type of coverage there is. CNN apparently got on the bandwagon this morning, even though they really haven't been there like we've been there. And they did a 13-minute segment with a commentator who has not been to, who's a great commentator, great person, but she's not been to Dedham. She hasn't talked to people. She hasn't seen what we've seen. She hasn't discussed what we've discussed with you, and hopefully that's why you're all here. So yeah, you can get in and out of state attorneys. Out of state attorneys have to be admitted pro hoc vice by an in-state attorney. Kind of interesting on that point. If you notice when David Yannetti this morning got up and introduced himself, he introduced himself as having an office in Boston and right here in Dedham. He wanted to make sure that jury knew that he was a local attorney. Of course, the first attorney to get up and introduce himself was Alan Jackson. And despite what you want to say, that they don't define their roles as lead, Alan Jackson is lead attorney in this case. All right. There's no doubt in my mind. There's always a question about, hey, you have so many attorneys at the jury table. I don't mind that. I mean, the state has attorneys in the back helping them constantly. They have 3 attorneys there at the table and a lot behind the scenes, as you know. Notice that Hank Brennan didn't say he was a special prosecutor. He just said he represented the people of the Commonwealth. Okay, that's my little nose on that. Hills Bills. Hi, Hills Bills. How are you? We talked to Tom CPU briefly this morning. It turns out Tom CPU loves my husband, didn't know we were married. So I really want to know when I ask him a question, does he love me independently? Am I good independently? All right, I did a little joke for you. Of course, he was great. Hills Bills, he's safe. I'm not going to tell you where he is because I don't want anyone to interfere with where he may be going. But he is making a road trip. He will be back tonight for the show. He'll be back on scene in the courthouse for the show. But he is safe. And if something does happen to him, I will announce it broadly on our Justice Serve TV Twitter if something happens to him for where he is going. But right now he is safe. I don't want to do a where in the world is Michael because I do not want to attract attention for where he may be going, the spots he may be going right now. All right. He's taken our mini Starlink with him this time where he can set up. And tonight he will be set up. As you know, we had to do a walkthrough with the phone. We learned a few things. We learned we need a little better button mic on mic. We can keep that. Hills Bills of where he is. But right now he is safe. I spoke to him on the phone. That's kind of like when I went off the air there for a while. I was behind the scenes. I was actually on the phone with Michael Bryant at that time. So just so you know. I was trying to get my avatar up. You want to see my avatar, by the way? Just 1 second. I'll give you my avatar. See that avatar there? You know who that is? You all know who that is? That's my avatar. That is the member of my co-counsel in many cases. That's Tubi the Poodle. All right. He's not behind me. That's Valjean the Poodle behind me. It's Tubi the Poodle. And so sometimes when I go behind the scenes, so I can have a sip of coffee or eat a Girl Scout cookie, which I have here. Okay, this is a little secret here. That's my breakfast. It's not really good. I'm going to unmute that. but I will stop my cam and I will put Tubi the poodle up there. There he is. Okay, that's him. And you know, we stopped and saw was it the little Frenchie today? Wasn't that a Frenchie that that was wearing a little pink coat? Michael Bryant pet him. You know that all of our dogs are very important to us. Domino for Michael Bryant, Tubi the poodle for me. They are members of our family, and we will make sure. I mean, I'm appalled when I see people hurting animals, but Michael is safe. Tubi the poodle safe. Everything. Okay, so I'm going to just hide you for a second there, Hills Bills. Let's go to Kevin Honky. Here you go again, Kevin Honky Brennan spell checker. Someday you're going to have to tell us why that is there, because you know that it's not my spell checker. I know how to spell. It's my nails. I just can't keyboard. I'm a terrible keyboarder. Could an interested party file for an injunction to pause the buffer zone pending a hearing on constitutionality? I think the Massachusetts Supreme Court, this went up last time, when the free carry people wanted to make sure they had a place to petition. And they took it to the Supreme Judicial Court, and the Supreme Judicial Court did allow the buffer zone, albeit it was a different buffer zone. I think the bigger issue is how you interpret the words of the judge when she says you can't gather. That two people is interpreted as being gathering, two people talking and walking. That one person who may stop to give an independent news report is considered gathering. That stopping when you're at a light to cross the street and you're talking with somebody about their views is considered gathering. I think that's the problem. And the problem that you have there is you really need someone to get arrested and thrown in the hoosegow, right? Into the paddy wagon, right? That's exactly what you really need, right? That's what you need. And the question is, was it going to be our own Michael Bryant, right? Was it going to be him? By the way, happy April Fool's Day, all right? Happy April Fool's Day. Maybe this case starting on Fool's Day is an interesting time to have it start, given what's happening. Let me go to another question here before I get back to the documents. Wendy, knowing your husband did an autopsy and had input into the beautiful Sandra Birchmore, are you able to interview your husband, or is it too soon? Well, he didn't do the autopsy. What he did, because I believe she was cremated. I read this in the Boston Globe. I get my information from Sandra Birchmore, not from my husband. And I tell the story that we have a small cabin in the woods, right, upstate New York. And I have a TV studio there. And a lot of times you've seen my TV studio there when I have the map behind me and all. And we had kind of recently bought it. And my husband has an office upstairs where the kitchen is, of course, where the kitchen is. Easy to get to the coffee. And I'm downstairs where I can let Tubi out easy to go pee-pee or, to be. And I'm reading. I'm reading Google alerts that I have my husband on Google alerts, and this Google alert comes up to my email, my office email, and I'm reading this, and I'm like, wow. But I don't see my husband's name until the very end. I said, holy shit, that's my husband's case. So I go up, and I hear his phone start ringing, his cell phone start ringing, right? And I go upstairs, and I said. I just got this Google alert on this Birchmore case. Is this your case? And he said, yes. And that was it. That's all I got from him. That's my case. I think he said I was hired in a civil case by who's ever representing the family, whatever. And yes, I said, well, are you being called by that? Is that, yes, I've been on the phone with the lawyers. And that was like it. Okay. Am I able to interview him? He probably would say, if I went to him as a journalist, I would need to get permission from the attorneys who hired him to do interviews. And Michael generally doesn't do interviews unless the people that hire him want to. People don't realize that. Like when he did the Epstein review of the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, it was hired by Jeffrey Epstein's brother. Any interview he did was authorized, pre-approved, agreed to by the brother, because he works for people and he has a privilege with his clients, just like I have a different privilege with my clients. So, and Michael, he went to Russia for the United States government. He was the forensic pathologist for the New York State Police for years, and he still is incredibly involved, like 20 hours a day on his private practice. Why? Because people need independent forensic pathologists that aren't scared to be attacked. When sometimes he'll be on a case and he's certain of his opinion, but it's not the popular opinion, and he gets attacked, especially with social media and all. But you got to have a thick skin, and you've got to call it as you see it. It's just like us on Justice Served TV. We get attacked by people, but we call it as we see it. Sometimes you guys, you don't attack us, but you may disagree with us. We have no problem with that. That's why we're talking to you. If you disagree with this, you disagree with this. We know that the prosecution may disagree with us more because we have been saying that the state has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt in the first trial, and we don't see how they can prove, at least certainly as to the murder case on the second trial, unless you start getting some stealth jurors in there that want her convicted. And that's always the worry, is the stealth juror. That is the number one concern in a high-profile case, the stealth juror. Now, what do we mean by that? For those of you that don't know, that is the person that wants to get on the jury, that already has their mind made up, but they're going to answer every question right, so you can't knock them off, right? Every single question is going to be answered right. And I don't know whether their identities are being held. Does anyone know whether the order withheld their identities from the teams, the Commonwealth and the defense? That was done to us inspectors. It's normally usually done in mafia cases, right, where you don't want people's names out. But usually the teams, as I call them, the sides, have the names and identifying information. So very interesting. But I think it's probably too soon. I don't want to abuse that relationship I have with my husband by asking him, because I think right now we'll be interested in a lot of other things. We're doing a whole hour show tomorrow night. We'll probably do 2 hours total, an hour on Reed and an hour on Birchmore, when Michel Bryant's back in Connecticut on. And they're related, right? They're related, but we're going to go into a deep dive into the Birchmore case, and we're going to have Mizzy on, M-I-Z-Z-Y, on, who knows a lot about this case, and we'll talk about it. In the meantime, I'm going to try to have us pull up the civil complaint, because that's what started this. And then there's a federal prosecution that's, the hearing has been moved because of all the turmoil in the Justice Department from April to May. But remember, that prosecution is for a violation of civil rights. It's different. It's not a straight murder, a murder prosecution. Homicide is a medical examiner term, not a straight murder prosecution. And now there could be shall we say, a roadblock to that if the state wants to take it and you don't trust the Salton police, you don't trust the Canton police, because the medical examiner was in the Boston Globe in an interview. And, we may have an invitation. We may, as a matter of fact, I think, Missy Mayhem, we should extend an invitation to the medical examiner to come on our show tomorrow night, to say, they're saying that they won't change their opinion unless they have further input. What other input do you need? You have this, the forensic, my husband, you have the forensic pathologist hired by the police who gave you every single step as to why it's a homicide. And you have a videotape of the person who has been indicted by the feds going into her place and coming out of her place. And he was the last person to see her. She was never seen again. All right. And she was pregnant with his child. And the day she died, his wife was delivering a baby with him. Okay. You have motive. You have opportunity. Yeah. You have the ability on the opportunity. You have so many things that are going on. And this, I was horrified when I read this case. I forget that it's my husband's case. I was horrified, as should every single citizen in the world be horrified. Now, that's not to say the burden of proof is on the prosecution, but that is to say somebody better step up here, okay, from the state, okay? Or else, what are you doing? You're protecting conduct like this. She was being groomed, in my opinion, by being a member of this troop that dealt with these cops while she was a teenager, while she was young, and it occurred all the way until she became an adult. I mean, it is an outrageous case. It is a horrible case. It is an abusive case. It is a case that'll turn the hair on the back of your head. It'll turn mine to green. I may become green and pink like the Wicked colors. By the way, now that I think about it, pink is a Wicked color, isn't it? It's in the Wicked idea. So if you're wearing pink through the buffer zone, you could have pink nails, pink and green nails, and not just Wicked. Well, see, that's why these assumptions and these restrictions sometimes can go too far. But thank you, Wendy, for the question. I'm sure that as soon as Michael is able to give an interview, he will give us an interview. I hope. You never know. I'm not gonna. Actually, I shouldn't assume that. Okay, but it's a great question. Okay, so as I said, Michael Bryant's on his way. So let's go back to where we were talking, because all of you are tuning in. Let's go back to. Let me see. Okay, we have somebody who's deciding to spell the C word with a K, so it doesn't come into our chat as a blockage. By the way, Dizzy, I don't know if you see that. Okay, okay. Why don't we actually? You know what? Why don't we put this up? I'm going to put this up. Okay, let's put this up. This is the kind of comment that should not be there. All right, I'm going to insert yourself into a case, then calling me, I guess, the C word with the K, so it doesn't come under the blockers. But now we're going to put it under the blockers, right? Running 24/7, we can all grift. I mean, cover this case. No, we are covering this case because it's a case of import. Now, you are welcome in our chat. You're welcome in our chat in the future. But I would suggest we are going to block you now, right? Because we're going to block the fact that you're using the C word. That is not a word we're going to use here. You want to say something about the case? You want to say you disagree with the case? Fine. Do you have, by the way, a picture? Are you real? Put your real name in there, because most of our people have their real names, have their pictures. Put your real name in there. I shouldn't say, I'm not assuming a man. Be a woman, be a man, be a person. Have some bravery. Put your name, Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. J. Smith, okay? Put your name in there. Let's cut this segment, by the way, Dizzy. Let's put this person on our X account. You wanted it covered. You wanted fame. Okay, let's put this person, let's put this clip. All right, and now we are going to take you off, and then we are going to block the C word from being used. You want to talk? Okay, fine. You want to say that Karen Reed is guilty because you have the facts? Fine, we can discuss that. We are not going to discuss you. And I am not going to call you a bad person, but I am going to call you a coward because you don't have a name, a full name, and you don't have a picture, and you're not telling us who you are. You're just relying on calling me the C word. Bye-bye. See you later. Let's take him out of our chat. Him or her out of our chat, Dizzy, please. Missy. All right, that's Jay Smith. And we're going to cut that episode, and we're going to put that episode on X because I want people to see what people who disagree with us want to say, okay? When I invite people to come on and talk the truth, I want to see. And matter of fact, we'll I'm going to keep a screenshot of that. You're going to keep a screenshot of that, but let's get them out. Let's block that person out of our chat, please. Let's block that person out of our chat. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's block it out of our chat. Okay. All right. Let me see. I'm just going to, that's the screenshot. I'm saving it. You wanted fame, you're going to get yourself some fame. Watch Justice Serve TV on our X and on our YouTube. We're going to put you on. All right. But Missy Mayhem, can you block Jay Smith out of our chat so other people, or maybe other people want to see it. Maybe you want to leave it. Let our chat deal with him. Okay. Show your face. Right. Absolutely show your face. So why don't we he's blocked, and then we should put the C word with its variation of K, obviously now in our words to be blocked, that those comments don't come on. But we're going to cut that, and Missy's always on top of everything. And Missy has been, she was a little under the weather for a while, but she's back in full steam, okay? back in full steam. And we're going to take the clip that I just had and we're going to put it on our next, because we're going to show you what people who disagree with us go to. Instead of arguing facts, that's what they go to. Pretty classy, weren't you, Jay Smith? You got your fame. You want it? You got it. You're going on the air, baby. And then the people can see if they can identify you. You know, you want to be doxxed? You asked to be doxxed? Okay. All right. Okay. No, you know, I see that. Karma, you may want to just change it so you don't get blocked, because if we block that word, okay, you know, you're going to get blocked, and I'm sorry. So we hope that maybe for our show, maybe you can change your handle, because you have an opinion and you've never been vicious about anything. And we're not talking about, we want people to be on the air. We want people who have different opinions and all, but that's just simply, you know, that's just, they're sending out their bots. Okay, so let's go back to the jury questionnaire. An interesting questionnaire, because this is what somebody complained about the other day, because question 1 on the special, this is a special jury questionnaire. It's after the judge issues all of those opinions and says, it is alleged that on January 29, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, Massachusetts, the defendant, Karen Reed, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of this case, the charges, or that victim was an off-duty police officer that caused you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial in this case? Somebody objected because it had that Karen Reed killed her boyfriend. That's the allegation, but I understand that is the first person, that's the first question that the jury is going to hear on this jury questionnaire, or see on this jury questionnaire. And so there hasn't been a proof that she's killed her boyfriend yet, and it's an allegation. But do they go in with that now, thinking that's the situation? That's the danger of this question. Okay. The second one, have you started to make up your mind? Do you have any opinions do you have opinions regarding previous experience as a juror, the fairness of the jury system, or the criminal justice system that would impair your ability? That's a pretty standard question. Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow the law or come to a verdict in the case? These are questions that don't get you anywhere. This case is expected to garner significant media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror? That's going to be compared to, obviously, the media questions on page 3. That's going to be happening. Okay, so that's going to happen there. Family members who reside or conduct regular business in Canton, Massachusetts. I guess that's going to try to get to whether or not you've had any interactions with the police, but it doesn't ask it, does it? It doesn't ask it. This is what I'm reading from. Conversely, would you tend to, if there was a testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more than other witnesses simply because the witness is a police officer? That's a pretty important question, right? Because we came through a period of jury service when I was a prosecutor that everybody believed the police. Just like everybody, if you had a priest that was testifying, oh, yeah, it was like manna coming from the skies, right? Now, if you have a priest testifying, you probably want him. He's probably, you probably don't want him because of all the issues, especially in Boston with the Spotlight report on the sexual assaults by the Catholic Church at that time on various children, okay? Then the questionnaire asks, conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because the witness is a police officer? All right, so that's the converse of that. Now, obviously, this doesn't get you rid of stealth jurors, right, at all, but it's there. Question 10, do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong beliefs from friends, relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government? Well, that sounds like that was a question by Hank Brennan, right? Because they want to know whether or not what you think about law enforcement, right? That's definitely a question that Hank Brennan wanted in here. And by the way, yes, she's like Texas gifted 10 Just to Serve TV memberships. Thank you so very much. That is really great. We really appreciate it. Okay. Have you been involved, by the way, I don't see yet, and maybe it's going to be here, about do they have strong personal beliefs about the defense? Because I told the story the other night about going down to Tennessee, and my client just recently died, Paul Michael House. He was on death row for a crime he didn't commit, and we ended up was one of the projects that I worked with the Innocence Project on, and local council on, and some other organizations on. And I had to go to Maynardville, Tennessee, for what was maybe a retrial because the conviction was reversed, but then the prosecution dropped it. And the jury questionnaire asked, what do you feel about defense attorneys? And maybe I teach from this slide. And basically it said, they're just doing the job for the person that we're going to convict anyway. So I don't see that question here yet. All right. Have you been involved in group, community, or individual activity showing support for law enforcement in or outside your own community? Well, that sounds like a defense question, actually, because it's not just in the local community, it's outside your community. Then, have you been involved in any group, community, or individual activity that was critical of police enforcement or outside of your own community? Well, that sounds like a Hank Brennan. That sounds like a prosecution question, does it? They're trying to see if anyone doesn't like the police. Question 13, have you or someone close to you ever had education, training, or work experience of any of the following fields? Law enforcement, military, alcohol, drug abuse, domestic violence. Now, interesting that they add domestic violence, because the prosecution is trying to say that Karen Reed killed her partner, which would be domestic violence. And alcohol abuse or drug abuse, well, they were all drinking alcohol. I guess you could call it abuse because they were all drunk. Military, law enforcement, they want to know, usually the standard is somebody who's been in law enforcement, or the military is going to be for the prosecution. So usually this is a pro-prosecution question. And we heard from Aidan Carney that the defense made a decision to keep a police officer, and he ended up being the foreperson in the jury on juror number 1 because they thought that he would know that all these things that were done terribly, and it may have been a mistake. The same thing was done in the Michael Skakel case with Mickey Sherman, and juror number 7 there. It was a big mistake, but he was convinced that if you can convince a law enforcement officer that somebody's innocent, then everybody goes along. But that generally not the juror that you're looking for if you're a defendant. Then we go to page 2. Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol? Well, Karen Reed was clearly, in my opinion, operating under the influence of alcohol, even though I have some problems with that retrograde extrapolation, the way it was taken. The labs in the hospital aren't forensic labs. They don't have the protections that a forensic lab has. And all. So I have some problem. But it sounds like everybody that night who drove had been drinking, whether under the influence or had the drinks worn off. Okay. But they want to know that. And I think more often than not, that probably would be a defense question. Then the next one, 15, have you ever been involved in a group, organization, participated in a march, demonstration, campaign, or donated money on behalf of an organization or cause that was against driving under the influence of alcohol, such as SAD, that's Students Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving? Okay, so I think both sides want to know that because they want to know if you're a member of those organizations, then you really do have some strong beliefs that they may have to talk about further, about whether it would put you, if you're the defense, it would put you in the corner of the prosecution, just because there may be testimony that Karen Reed did drive drunk. Okay. Next question, has anyone close to you ever been involved in an accident involving drinking and driving? If so, would that experience prevent you from being fair and impartial juror in this case? Well, the first part is something you really want to know. The second part, unless they want to get out of jury service, they're going to say, no, it won't prevent me. But if they really think about this, if you had somebody killed by a drunk driver, you may want to be on that jury, right? You may want to be on that jury because you may think that if Karen Reed was drunk, she's more likely to have killed somebody. But we have a little interesting twist on this because, and if I can disclose it, there's a New York Post article about an elderly gentleman who was riding his kind of like a moped bike at night, and he was hit by a woman from New Jersey who, like the Post has called her the screaming banshee, but she's had a lot of past convictions for driving drunk and inappropriately. And it's related to one of the people who is a witness in this case. And maybe we'll disclose that further in one of our later episodes. So you're not in that case, it wouldn't necessarily go that the person thinks that just because Karen Reed was driving drunk, she's guilty. So you really need to know the specifics of it and whether or not that would really turn them. And then for that, you need some probing questions. So maybe we'll talk about that later tonight, Miss Dizzy and Missy. We'll take that question out, maybe screenshot it and take that New York Post article out and talk about it. Question 17. Have you or has anyone close to you been involved in or witnessed a motor vehicle crash? I have. I watched somebody get hit by a car on Broad Street in Newark, New Jersey. Heard the sound. It was something that I'll never forget. I could still see the man being flipped up in the air. He was carrying a briefcase. The briefcase flew away, and he was wearing glasses. And the glasses came off his head. And something that I'll never forget. Right. And of course, sometimes we've been in our own motor vehicle crashes, been rear-ended, right? So you kind of want to know that because then we also know if we've been in our own motor vehicle crashes, what's happened to our cars, right? Did the bumper come off? Was there really any damage? Were you hit at 35 miles an hour and there was no damage? What kind of car were you hit with? So that's going to involve, I think, more questioning because what they're getting at is if you witness it, really, what did you see happen? What you want to know is what did you see happen to the cars, right? Based on the speed that they were going. And that's the cars, all right? Okay? All right. She's like, yeah, I see. Thank you, Dizzy. Missy saved the article last night when I sent it to me. Yes. Yes, we're talking about, yes, Teresa, we're talking about Meredith, okay, who is Aidan Carney's significant other. So it's interesting that question can elicit you can have two independent thinking ideas, although the prosecution or the defense thinks because you have had somebody involved in a motor vehicle accident and drunk driving, that maybe they'll be against Karen Reed. Number 18, is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony, as if people really know about crash reconstruction testimony, that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? The reason why you have crash reconstruction testimony is because it is scientific, because the case does need it, and because it's going to involve days of testimony, right? That's what the ARCA hearing's about. And we just kind of gloss over this like, well, it would make it difficult for you to be fair and partial. This question is just beyond me. 19, have you or any family members or close friends been involved in a domestic violence relationship that featured physical, mental, or verbal abuse? Since the prosecution doesn't plan to get into the fact that Karen Reed was upset years ago in Aruba when she saw John O'Keefe with another woman, is that what, in case that comes up, is that what they're saying? Or are they saying that, she may have killed him because she was angry at him? Well, she may have murdered him. Remember, this case involves murder, not just manslaughter, murder. Think about it. It's what Brian Koberger is charged with. Murder, okay? It involves murder, all right? Let's remember that. Number 20, standard question. Have you ever been a victim of violent crime? Of course, everyone wants to know that, to know if it affected you in a way that you can't be fair. 21, during trial, will you hear testimony about medical treatment, death, and review graphic autopsy photographs? Will that affect your ability to participate to be a fair and impartial juror? Well, the problem you have there is most people, even though they're watching TV, really, have not seen graphic autopsy photographs, all right? And so they can say it won't affect them all they want because they've seen, who's the guy who kills for good, the blood spatter guy with the chainsaw, Dexter, right? They've seen that. But, seeing a made-up version on TV and seeing a real person with an autopsy are two separate things. I mean, there's just been nothing terrible about it. I mean, we all go to surgery. We get in surgery, we get cut open. It's really not that much different, but a lot of people will be upset, and you have to worry about that. All right. We had a juror in the Specter case that was turned out to be one of our hung jurors, who she turned away when the autopsy of the tongue of the decedent was showed. And we were very concerned about that. So concerned that we ended up making a mold of the whole mouth with the tongue, and where the wound marks were from the gun, because she had turned away from it. And we just, we want people to be able to listen to the evidence. So they can say they won't be infected, but you never know. That's one of those questions. This is an important question. Do you believe Karen Reed should prove her innocence? It's 22. And the reason that is important is, especially once you take on the burden of having a defense, and I always believe the defense should put on defense. I'm not one of these people that says just rest on proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that the Karen Reed people have to hit it more. I don't think they hit it enough in the first trial, in my opinion. I really don't. But once you take on and you have a defense, somehow the jurors think that that means that you've taken on the ability to prove innocence, and that it's switched the burden of proof to you. It does not. And so this is a really important question, and it has to be followed up with specific answers. Do you understand, if Karen Reed presents a defense, that does not mean she has any burden? She has no burden in presenting the defense. She still takes on no burden. And you really have to hit that. And I do think that was a big mistake and I'll say it when I think there was a mistake. They didn't rely on burden of proof enough. They didn't hit it enough, even though they were having this conspiracy defense. 23 is asked in all cases. If the defendant doesn't testify, do you think she is probably guilty or hiding something? Well, you want to know that now, right? You want to know that now. That's kind of important. And especially if somebody says not sure. If they say no, you're a little concerned again that they're a stealth juror. Because what you really want to know here is, can you follow the instruction that she is not guilty, until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the prosecution. Then we go to 24. This is kind of like a throwaway question. Do you know or recognize anyone, or have you seen today in the courthouse or in the jury pool? Funny. I'll give you a funny story about that. I had helped before they went to trial on the forensics on a case that my friend Jose Baez did in Ohio. And it turns out the jurors all wanted to be on the jury because they wanted to meet Jose Baez. They wanted to have drinks with him. So what you think is infamy comes into respect when you start winning cases and people look back on them and winning case. And that was a not guilty, I think 23 counts against a doctor who was charged with murder on that. I actually covered it for Law and Crime. And disclosed the fact that I had been consulted by the defense on that case. Actually consulted and did the forensics on that case. So do you know anybody? Well, they may say, yeah, I've seen that attorney there on TV, or I've seen the judge, I've seen you on TV clips. Or I know, it turns out I know the court clerk. He and I are we've been to the grocery store together. So they're trying to find out if anyone who could have influence on you is somebody that you recognize. That's the reason for that. 25. Would your answer to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging if disclosed publicly, or would disclosure infringe on your privacy? Well, I have a little issue with this. This is question 25. So I guess what it is because the jurors are filling this out and no one's getting to see this yet. It's going to the judge, right? She's going to look at it. If somebody says yes or not sure, what does she do? If she brings them to the sideboard and says, why is it going to be damaging? Well, probably the answer you'll get is, I've had a husband, I've had a son, I've had a relative, I've had a good friend who's been arrested for drunk driving. That's what this you may get here, especially family members. We had the question inspected: do you know anyone in your family who has taken their own life? And you'd be surprised how many jurors had said that. And the judge then, after they said that, would bring them up to the sidebar to ask them who it was and why. But that some people don't want to say that in court. They just do not want to say that in court. But this asked at 25. I'd like it asked before. We're going to ask you these questions. And by the way, if any of them inflict on your privacy, please make a note of it so that, we can talk to you about it. Because now then they have to go all the way back up and look. 26. Do you have any concerns about your personal privacy due to the presence of video cameras in the courtroom and or the highly publicized nature of this case? Well, really interesting. Most people in this case, I think most people now in high profile cases, they don't care about the cameras. They don't care whether they'll be on TV. Unless they believe that somehow they're making a decision, unless they believe that somehow they're making a decision, right, that is going to go anti what the public is feeling. And that's why we have to be careful. We don't attack people. I mean, we welcome the discussion. The jury's going to have that discussion. There's going to be people that are going to believe they're going in that maybe the prosecution has proved some aspects of the case. But you can't threaten people. You have to feel that if they come to a verdict, that even if it's against public opinion, that they're fine. And that's what this question is concerned about. But I think today most jurors look forward to the opportunity to be on a high profile case. I mean, I'm just still trying to get on a jury. Every time I get close to getting on a jury, I get knocked out. And a lot of times I'm not even close, because by the time I go through who do you know in law enforcement and law and all, and a half an hour later I finish the answer to the question, I'm like moved aside anyhow, even though, I've been called. And then we went to page 3, which I've already discussed with you. This is the most important part of this questionnaire, page 3. And it doesn't answer the most important question, that once you're exposed to all this media, okay? All right, once you're exposed to it, what do you think? An open-ended question that can be gone into, that can be discussed. What do you think? Now, I see people asking about a jury consultant. Now, Victoria George is there. She is going to talk to them about what worked and what didn't work on the jury in the first place. She's not Richard Gabriel. She's not the trial consultant type that would do. And I think we heard from Aiden it's because they don't have money for it. The trial consultant time that would do what Richard Gabriel would do, which is mock juries, which is focus groups, which is sociological studies as to who is your best juror, into the backgrounds of who may be considered the best juror, and take that in. So Victoria George is helping the defense, indicating what may have worked, and she's there, and she's also she'll be helpful in my opinion. Richard Gabriel didn't think she added much because she's already had told them, and plus they had actual jurors who deliberated. His view is they had jurors who deliberated. They know from what worked from those jurors, which I'm sure they have interviewed because the jurors contacted them. So they know from deliberating jurors what was important and what wasn't important to those deliberating jurors. So let me see. I know there's some more questions on this. Let me see. Let me go on to, she's like, Texas, I told you she gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. 10 more memberships to Justice Serve TV. We really, really appreciate that very, very much. And then let's go to Jenna on point. Why wouldn't the ACLU step in and speak for the people, especially with them enforcing this buffer zone with harassment threatening from law enforcement? Interesting that the ACLU is not stepping into this case. I think because they think the buffer zone so far is okay. Now, the question's going to become on this if somebody gets arrested, like Michel Bryant, because he walks through the buffer zone, in law enforcement's opinion, too many times, all right? If Michel gets arrested for that, obviously we would seek to have the ACLU come in and help on our behalf, because that to me would be an overreach, especially in light of the fact that we are the ones that have the footage and the sound from the police officers saying they had the paddy wagon, the good people one warning, and then they're going to fucking arrest people. All right. I'm going to say that again because that's the attitude. And we have that exclusive footage, by the way. And I think we're running it already. We have it run on X. If I recall, it's already up there. We should point out that this is exclusive footage and this shows the attitude. And also with Michel Bryant going 5 times through. That's an overreach. That's an overreach. And know what that means? That means the police officers have to be told and they have to be trained that they're not supposed to be doing that, okay? So if somebody walks through the sidewalk, if it's a public sidewalk, it's not closed off at that point for the buffer zone, then anyone should be able to walk through, whether it's 5 times, whether it's 10 times, whether it's 20 times, whether it's 100 times, whether it's 1,000 times. What all of a sudden, why would you have to eliminate that? That's ridiculous, but I agree with you. Okay, so let me just see something here. Just want to see something. We did, by the way, add that K word to the block. So karma, beginning with the K word, you have to change your handle, or else you're going to be blocked because it added to our block. And we know we don't want to block you because you've been very respectful on all of our chats. So please, I hope you do, just for the purpose of getting into our chat. Okay, really appreciate that. Lori Ballou, could you ask the ADA combination if you had bad handwriting for something to type for you? Yeah, I sometimes dictate, but you know what I find? It doesn't. Siri hates my New Jersey accent if I have to speak as I speak for training, okay, and go slowly and speak each individual word with enunciation. Siri is fine, but if I speak quickly and I speak Jersey girl, I'm a Jersey girl, I'm a Jersey girl. See, you have so many different inflections, right? Just saying that. Siri may not pick them up, but sometimes I do dictate into GPI, chat and all. But when I'm trying, they've kind of gotten used to me. They're figuring out what Linda's means in her text is become like a fun game for everybody. They kind of get it, okay? They kind of get it because they know it's these. It's Jersey accent and these. It's a deadly combination, Lori. Deadly combination. But it hasn't killed anybody. Okay. Yes, thank you. I love everybody from New Jersey. Yes. Okay. And I can. Yes, we should send this to Shy Guy points out we should send all this to Microdots. I think that's a good thing, Missy. I think that's really a good thing. Paula B creates that suggestion. Or tag them in it. But yeah, that's what they said to do. So why don't we do something else now? There's a couple other motions. Before I get to Aiden's motion, let's look at what else was filed while we were waking up to these filings this morning. One is pretty easy. You don't even need to put this on the screen. It's the Commonwealth's motion for larger screen in the courtroom. Okay. It allows for a larger screen, or alternatively a second screen to the side of the witness that would allow jurors to better see admissible evidence or chalks. Now remember what chalks are. Chalks are demonstrative exhibits that do not go into the jury room. They call them chalks, relating to an old time, I guess, when you wrote on a chalkboard or a chalk screen, and then you erased it. And those are chalks. So because you can erase a chalk, you can get rid of a chalk. They're not permanent. All right. So those are called chalks. The first time when I was in Anderson, the judge said chalks. I was like, we all looked at each other like, what the fuck is a chalk? Yeah. We didn't know what a chalk was. But then we had somebody from Massachusetts on. Hey, you Jersey people, you people from Florida, this is a chalk. Okay. All right. So we got it pretty quickly. All right. But it is funny when you hear it the first time. All right. So they say, then they give cases that enlarged photographs are admissible if they are fair, that voluminous video recordings, maybe a master technology is admissible to have a big video in the jury room. In the one case, it doesn't say anything about the courtroom. The Commonwealth agrees to assume the cost of a larger screen and secondary screen and a source of technology would be used merely to display admissible evidence or chalks to assist the jury. Now, the issue here, of course, becomes, does the defense get to use the same large screens that the Commonwealth bought? I've never had a situation that there's not the courtroom screens and then everybody uses them. And if indeed somebody wants a bigger screen, there's an agreement that, hey, everybody can use it. It's just like an Elmo in the courtroom that's usually provided by the prosecution. An Elmo is like an old-fashioned device. You put this on. This is the jury, and I put it on here, and then it takes it and it broadcasts it on a screen. Old-fashioned technology, right? What you're seeing, and quite frankly, they're very useful still. Very, very useful still to have the specific document that may go on a screen. But I don't think they were using an Elmo in this courtroom and all. So the Commonwealth wants to do that, but alternatively, they want to provide jurors with their own physical copies of certain admitted photographs or chalks to use. Now, okay, all right, as long as the defense can do the same thing, I guess. But the problem is the Commonwealth has all the money in the world; they can create all these books. But in fairness, we did create books for in all of our cases for the most part. We did create books of every single piece of evidence that we had. And we did ask and many times the jurors were allowed to use them. But, this is kind of the last minute. So if the defense wanted to do the same thing, and maybe there's been some agreement that, and she said, if she's allowing the Commonwealth to use these, she should allow the defense to use these larger screens. That's my opinion as being a professional, having done this for a few years. Okay. All right. Let me just answer a question before I go to the next motion. And this is from Monkey Boy Brennan. I think I'm going to show it. How is Judge Cannoni? And I've told you I give her respect, Judge Cannoni, because I'm a barred attorney. I had a case in Massachusetts, so I give her respect of calling her a judge. I do not call her Bev. So get mad at me if you don't like that. That's just me, okay? You got to take me for everything. You got to take me for the good and the bad, and that's how I feel about it. Michel Bryant does not feel that way anymore because he came to the conclusion this morning after the East decision that she was biased. But I'm not going to disrespect her title from me as an attorney, just as me. I'm not saying any comment about you, but because I'm barred, I have a license. I've been admitted pro hoc, and if I want to go back pro hoc, I would like to keep that license clean so that I can go into Massachusetts if need be on a pro hoc vice basis. So how is Judge Cannoni allowed to give judgment that Colin wasn't F-30 for Fairview without knowledge of new evidence? Because she concluded he wasn't based on that text that had no authentication and based on some other witnesses' testimony that he wasn't there. Okay? That's because she's the judge. Let me just answer it simply. She's the judge. She can do whatever she wants. Now, the only thing I would say about that is the one thing that the defense relied on is Colin Alpert is the one who had the bruised knuckles. And he said he'd never been in a fight in his life, right? So the implication there from the supplemental defense papers that they filed in support of him was that there was a fight and he was involved in a fight, right, with John O'Keefe. All right. I think, I'm telling you, I thought about this last night. I'm thinking that maybe that maybe getting him out is not a bad thing. Defense can really concentrate on Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. And especially they can concentrate on Brian Higgins because he had the interest in Karen Reed, right? He's the one who goes to the Army base, takes out the SIM card of his card, and throws away the SIM card and gets a new phone, right? I think that's I don't know. To me, getting rid of your phone there, imagine if a defendant did that. Imagine if Karen Reed did that. Imagine if Aiden Carney did that. I think that maybe the focus may be good. Maybe a good thing here for the defense because they now can really tighten up that third party. They can tighten up that third party culpability, which, by the way, I told you, and I said to you last week when Michel Bryant asked me, what do you think she's going to do on that? I said, I think she's going to get rid of Alpert. I think that defense is hanging by a thread. I said that last week before her decision. And I said that objectively as a lawyer, because it's a close one. It really is. I know you all don't like that, but I did think that they didn't have the specifics to say that either of the two people in that house had actually, what they were trying to say, killed obviously John O'Keefe and then brought him out into the snow where he died. Or they got into a fight with him. He wasn't dead. They ejected him from the house because they'd had this fight, and then he died in the snow. He died because he couldn't get up, and all. And it sounds to me from listening, and if you go back and listen to our interview with Aiden Carney, he said that the medical examiner the defense has hired is going to have some major testimony. And then there was something about whether or not his skull fracture could be from an imprint of one of the items in the gym that you can see in the house sale. 34 Fairview went to sale, and it's still on Realtor.com and it's on Redfin.com. You can see all the inside pictures of the gym. And then there's a room that looks kind of newly painted to me with new rugs. I mean, I don't know what that's about. And I'm not sure it was newly painted with new rugs, but it just was brighter than everything else. I don't even know where it is. Doesn't say, or whether or not he was in some kind of altercation, or whether he was drunk and fell down the stairs and hit his head. You know, I mean, I could see, and this is where I thought that the defense should open up their theory, that I can see if he came into the house, right, and somehow, for whatever reason, he's drunk, but he falls, he cracks his skull on the edge of the stairs or whatever, without a fight, and they think that he's dead. They think that he's gonzo. They're cops. They know that they're going to be blamed for something. They're going to be blamed for manslaughter. They're going to be blamed for murder because he's drunk. They let him in the house. They didn't take care of him. And so they dump him on the front lawn. And I can see if you open, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that I thought the defense does make a mistake, but not opening up that possibility. Or the possibility that he was just merely drunk and he maybe had a physical condition that caused him to fall backwards and crack a skull. I think that they get a lot more. And then the conspiracy is the cover up, you know. So maybe they'll focus more on that here with Colin Alpert being out of the case. I don't know. Tell me what you think. I just, if I were advising on this case, as you know, I come into advise on case, I would advise something related to that. So that's, but it's interesting, isn't it? Now, I wonder if that makes it harder for them to prosecute the case against Aidan Carney about intimidation of a witness. Yes, he's on the witness list, but is he really needed as a witness now? Because a witness to what? You know, so, and all. But, so anyhow, Liz Cole Baker talks about the waterfall video. Yeah, that video where there's like getting into it, right? That was an interesting video. We can play that later on. You could, Liz Cole Baker, you can tell people what you're talking about in that video that's more important. All right. So now let's get to, there's another Commonwealth motion that was filed when we were on the air last night, just as Michel Bryant came on. We didn't really go through it, but it was a Commonwealth's renewed motion in limine to exclude testimony of Garrett Wing. Now, what do they want to say here? Now comes the Commonwealth in the above caption matter, blah, blah, blah. Rule 14 of the defense's presumption, they're entitled to serve rebuttal expert testimony. They're saying defense's presumption. On March 25th, 2025, the Commonwealth received a 24-page report of Lieutenant Garrett Wing, a suggested expert in dog training and dog bites. Defense proffers Mr. Wing as a rebuttal witness to the Commonwealth's expert, Dr. James Crosby, claiming that Dr. Crosby's conclusions are flawed and incomplete. However, as previously disclosed to the court and defense, the Commonwealth does not intend to call Dr. Crosby in its case in chief. The Commonwealth intends to offer Dr. Crosby only if necessary to rebut the testimony, by the way, of Dr. Marie Russell. So there is no surrebuttal in Massachusetts courts, is what the Commonwealth says. So he's saying that the Commonwealth does not does not intend to offer their expert to rebut Dr. Marie Russell in their case. So they don't want to put it on first. They're not putting it on the direct case. Not putting him on the direct case. I'm sorry, Dr. Crosby. They're only going to put him on in their rebuttal case to rebut Dr. Marie Russell. And therefore, the defense is not entitled to put on Dr. Wig as a dog expert in surrebuttal because there is no surrebuttal and all. So I don't know if you can all see that. I'm going to read it. Remarkably, the defense's own proffered expert has rebutted certain opinions of Dr. Russell, says the Commonwealth, okay? Mr. Wing has publicly stated that Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries were in no way attributed to paw, claw, or scratch marks, and that it would be very rare for a dog bite to be a puncture wound, where 99 out of 100 times dogs cause lacerations, not puncture wounds, particularly when a dog is untrained. He says, see Exhibit A. Let me see if I have Exhibit A. I don't have Exhibit A, but that's a quote that he attributes, that Hank Brennan attributes coming from Garrett Wing. Further, the defense has also objected to this line of, thank you, this line of testimony. I'm going to page 2. stating that a jury should hear from a dog behavioralist on what the cause of the wounds to the right arm of the decedent are. The trial judge has substantial discretion. It means they can do anything she wants in determining whether to allow a presentation of rebuttal evidence. Under Massachusetts rules of evidence, the judge generally has discretion to permit the introduction of rebuttal evidence. However, there's no absolute right to present rebuttal evidence that only supports a party's affirmative case. Well, isn't he saying there's no right for him then to present Dr. Crosby? If permitted by the court, the Commonwealth's intention to call Dr. Crosby would be a legitimate and appropriate response to the defense's case and relevant to rebut the defense's claims that the victim's injuries were sustained by a dog attack. And then he cites some cases. The defense's position that they would then be entitled to call Dr. Wing to rebut, which is called surrebuttal. The Commonwealth's rebuttal is unfounded and not appropriate under Massachusetts law. The defense may not present one theory of causation in her case in chief as a matter of right, present a different theory of causation in rebuttal, nor may the defense offer evidence that merely supports her own claims in rebuttal, especially when the defense is aware of this proffered opinion prior to trial and could present it as part of her case in chief. Now, that's a little bit ridiculous, that last paragraph. Why is that? Because that's true if the Commonwealth is presenting Dr. Crosby as case in chief, but he's not presenting Dr. Crosby on the case in chief. Now, Monkey Boy Brennan says Attorney Melanie Little thinks Exhibit A refers to her interview that she did with Dr. Wing. But that may have been before he actually saw the evidence, right? It's really interesting. I always say that you can go on air and TV, and as long as you don't know anything about the case, you haven't seen the exhibits, you don't really know the evidence, you can talk all you want, right? We try to talk only when we know what we're talking about, and when sometimes we tell you we haven't seen it, just like I just told you there, so I don't know what it's about. But the case that he's citing, that Brennan is citing, is, yeah, you could call Dr. Wing if the Commonwealth presents their case in chief. In most states, if there's a new expert, right, you can have a surrebuttal. But in some states, you can't. Florida, you can't. I can tell you that right now. Florida, you can't even ask questions. You ask a direct and you ask a cross. And then unless you get a permission to ask a very specific question, you don't even have a rebuttal question. You can't redirect in Florida. So every state is a little bit different. So I guess the defense, and if the defense had moved Dr. Wing in their case, what I guarantee you, Brendan would object to say duplicative testimony, and you can't have an expert come in to support the veracity of another expert. That's just expert building. He would absolutely. It's not Dr. Wing. It's Garrett Wing. I'm sorry. He would absolutely object to that. So, I mean, come on, thank you very much. It's not Dr. Wing. It was Dr. Crosby who has the doctorate, not Dr. Wing, because there's no Dr. Wing. Although I wish it was, because, I mean, if you've heard him talk, he's very, very good. I see somebody, and I hadn't even gotten to Aiden's. I'm still getting to Aiden's motion.
Sorry to interrupt.
And the parameters of jury impanelment. Let me do. I have two things left to do, but we'll take
ahead.
you, Michael Bryant. No, let's. I wanted to do the parameters of jury impanelment because that's what we're in. That's the Commonwealth's motion for parameters of jury impanelment. They want to know what the ground rules are for the parties conducting extraneous inquiries into the qualifications of a potential juror, including internet or social media searches. And they also want to know, they want to be able to check the criminal histories of all 16 prospective jurors. So it sounds like the Corey motion may have been denied because they would have gotten the criminal history. So that's a motion that was also filed by Mr. Brennan. We do not know what that is. It's probably going to be allowed as long as I didn't say Wong, Joey, Kane. My New Jersey accent, I said Dr. Wing. It's not okay. All right. So and then we'll get back to Aiden. So Michael Bryant,
hey.
They were worried about your safety. I said, don't worry. I know where you are. You're safe.
Yep.
just down the road a little bit. That's all I will mention for the moment. We'll get into it more tomorrow night. So now I am, just for perspective here, obviously you can see the dome there, the court house back there. I am about 20 feet outside the buffer zone. In fact, you can see that news truck back there behind me. They are right at the buffer zone with where their truck is parked. And it is windy, but I'm hoping my giant foam microphone is shielded from the wind because it's pretty windy here. So it's been, actually kind of quiet on the street here for the last hour or so. I have noticed some of the fans of Karen Reed queuing up on this side of the buffer zone, whereas this morning when we were out and about, they were all on the other side of the buffer zone. And just for perspective, this side is much closer than the other side. When they pushed out that original 200-foot zone to the 500-foot mark, it was all the other direction. This buffer zone right behind me is the same spot it was the last time. And all the retail businesses are off in this general direction in front of me.
Is that the bagel shop too? I've been talking a lot about the bagel shop.
There. The bagel shop is right there. Yes. It is. It is. And so that's where we were, parading back and forth. Obviously, more times than the Stadies would have liked, since it was pointed out to me.
Yeah, I think we're cutting that. It may already be on next. We're cutting that.
It was interesting. They're not fooling around. I got a note this morning before I got here. I think it might have been from Tom CPU, that they are looking to arrest people.
Well, it sounded like it. We're going to give them one more, and then we're going to fucking arrest them. You have that on the microphone, and I think we're going to play that over and over again. That really
I don't know
outrageous.
how well it was picked up, but I guarantee you my ears picked it up because I was walking right by it.
And you talked about it and all. And the second thing about how many times you plan to walk back here, there's nothing in that order that says you can't walk back and forth 100 times. All right, who's going to determine? If it's an open sidewalk, you can go back and forth 1,000 times. I think it's outrageous, and we know you're going to take one for the team and get arrested, so we can hire you a lawyer and we can challenge this on the First Amendment grounds.
Yeah, that's why I think if you look at that police edict that came out, which attached
we read it,
exhibit, the court order, there's that one little blurb at I think it's the bottom of the second paragraph that's underlined. I think it says for now or as it stands or something. It was clearly pointed out that we may change these rules anytime we want to change these rules. Look for that little note that I'm mentioning, because it references here's how things are at this time. Suggesting maybe they ain't going to be that way for forever, depending on how we think you are abusing the rule.
Except for that, there's no. Yeah, it says there's no other side planned road or sidewalk closures at this time. Right. No, but it says road underline at this time. It says roadways, sidewalks, businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. And that's my point. That's a public sidewalk in front of that courthouse. Now, unless you're going to be threatening or something like that, or you're violating the terms of protesting, you should be able to walk by. Why is he? That's an intimidation. I've seen you walk by 5 times. You're going to do it again? That's intimidation.
I guess I wasn't properly intimidated. When I was on the other side of the street, which is the court side, opposite of where I am now, and I was just standing. And that's when the statey came up to me and said, "You can't just stand here. You have to keep it moving." I guess
one person can't gather.
Moving. Yeah, I was gathering with my split personality.
Yeah. You alone were gathering with your phone.
So they're clearly, testing the limits of what people will do, won't do, what they think they can do. It's going to be interesting. Somebody will be arrested. I guarantee you that.
Yeah. And I said that person gets arrested. And if they're wrongfully arrested, I think that ACLU will come in on that at that point. I think that's become a real issue because the order says one thing and the police are now interpreting it as another thing, right? They're interpreting it. And I thought, and someone pointed out, what happened to the restriction on, you can't, that Judge Bev eliminated.
Well, the arrest reference was taken out of the order. The original request by the prosecution said reasonable efforts to effect arrest. That was in the original request. That was not included in the court order, though. So anything the cops do that suggests they will arrest, might arrest, that's all on them. It's whatever they want to do to interpret this order and whether or not it's being violated.
Yeah. And then we can go down, we can see there, it says at this time, they underlined it. But my feeling is, I thought that the attitude, or the tude, as I call it.
The cop attitude?
The cop attitude. All right, where indeed you're walking past and it got picked up with the microphone. You're talking. They know you're recording. They see you're recording, and they don't care. They don't give a no.
Yeah, that's a good
whatever.
question. I wonder if, I mean, I'm not holding the phone up like I'm taking somebody's picture. I'm just
Right.
kind of holding it down, maybe a little bit weirdly, but not obvious that I'm rolling. So I don't know if they knew I was or wasn't. I think.
But even to say it with you going past, to say it that loud, we
Oh,
got a
yeah.
paddy wagon right here. We're going to give them one warning,
That's
and then we're going to make some fucking arrests. All
that's
right,
my
that tells
secret-
you too.
My secret weapon is I am totally unnoticeable. That's my stealth weapon. I just wander around. So I guarantee if they thought I was recording or was with the press or the quasi press, no way they would have said that. None.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and we have a couple of questions. Let me just answer them quickly. Micah, I hope you're having coffee at your mug. I didn't get a chance to. I was rushing so much that I was so late getting here and getting on the air that just to make it by the skin of my skinny skin teeth that I didn't get a chance to put my coffee in our mug. But it's behind me. I don't know if you can see it. It's over here, somewhere behind me. Given the amount of time since the last trial and how coordinated the McAlberts were, about 12-10 time, how much more rehearsed and prepared do you think they will be as witnesses? I think they're going to be very prepared as witnesses. I think everybody's going to be prepared. The problem is, you make that one little mistake off your trial transcript, and if you're a good attorney, a good defense attorney, you're waiting for that one word to change. Off you go. And you know how Alan Jackson can cross-examine when somebody makes that one little mistake. And then this is a good one here.
The real question, I think, is who's seen the testimony of each witness more, the witness or the defense attorneys? Because I think they're going to know it by heart, these defense attorneys, and they're going to wait for that little bobble. And, if you're Jen McCabe and you're watching your prior testimony, either you're arrogant and ignorant, or you're going to get something from that and fine tune your testimony a little bit to maybe keep you out of trouble, because she got painted into a corner many times last time on the stand.
Yep. No, she wasn't a likable witness. That's for sure. In our opinion. Lisa Lou 7. Why isn't the ACLU already stepping in on the expanded buffer zone?
Yeah, you got to get somebody arrested.
You have to get someone arrested. You have to get someone arrested for something and they can't be wearing the free Karen Reed thing. It's got to be just somebody's arrest. It's got to be like Michael Bryant, walking.
Yeah. Just wandering by. No, what's the big deal?
Yeah. And Mara says, why are they profiling county number of times walking back and forth? Good question. And we also have the clip where they tore the was it off Scott, tore the sticker?
There was a guy with us. We had stopped at the
it wasn't
light.
Scott. Okay.
Scott and I, we had stopped at the light, and there was a third gentleman who joined us, and he just starts going off on the governor here in Massachusetts and how there was hesitancy to even comment on this case. And he had just right here on his breast pocket a little, I wouldn't even call it an election type sticker. It was very subtle, just in white print, very small, FKR was the biggest part you could read, and it was tiny. But that's
and you're waiting to cross the street, right? You're crossing the street.
So we crossed the street, and now we're on the side that I'm on here now, but just before the Registry of Deeds, and that's where all the stadies are queued up. And so they basically, well, it looks like we might have the video here. They just ripped us off of this guy,
Let's see, because I thought it was ripped off Scott. I didn't realize it was ripped off. I apologize. I gave you misinformation.
Watch what happens here. So there's Scott in the pink and his bag over his sign. See that? Right. And his flag. Apparently still okay to have a U.S. flag in public.
Thank God.
Yeah. So we just passed. There's the stadies. He's going, okay, what are you going to do? And now watch what happens. I don't know if we can hear this or not. Rip that thing right off his chest. So not here for you in Gestapo land. Sorry. And then
not even asking him to take it off and say, look, you're in the buffer zone.
No, he didn't even say leave or take it off. He just ripped it off of him. And then right after that's when I was told that the tote board on the number of times I'd crossed his path, I guess, was 5 times. I actually don't think it had been that many times. But again, I'm a chameleon. Could have confused me with somebody else. Yeah,
but also it's a public sidewalk, and you're crossing to go to you're going to the bagel place with one person, and you're going back and you're talking to the supporters, and then you're giving us Karen Reed going into the courtroom. You're giving us Hank Brennan going into the courtroom. So what? You've been on a public sidewalk 5 times.
Yeah, I have no argument for you.
The order is for somebody who's going to cause
remember
damage.
This is after being told, hey, you can't stand, because that was across the street where I was told by a different state, you can't stand. Okay, well, now I'm not standing. Now I'm just walking through, and they found a reason to make that somehow a problem.
Okay, so that I think that's more of a problem. Standing, you can't stand, all right, because that's considered gathering, I guess, under the order. You standing alone, you by yourself with your phone is
Yeah.
gathering, so that's a violation they're considering. That's one. The second thing though is the amount of times you walk. I think we have that. We clipped that too. I think, Missy.
Where the
And
cop
Dizzy?
says you've been back and forth here 5 times.
Five times, right?
Your plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was immediately after my friend, whose name I did not get, was branded. You know, they ripped off his badge.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
stinking badges here.
And then we also, I think, I don't know if we posted yet because I've been on the air. I have not gotten off the air since I sat down at
God bless
8:15 in this chair. Yeah, just so you know, for our viewers, I've not gotten off the air. But as a matter of fact, you know, we're the only one out there doing this. You were the only person out there that's been out there sending, you know, dealing with this. And to me, that was another one. Oh, let's see. Hold on a second. We're going to play this again. I don't know if we can hear it.
Yeah,
this is where most of
there we
the
go.
jurors chew up, we think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna check out what the other line is like.
That's got to go.
No, it's physical. You don't walk into it. I don't want to see you walking by here again. Good time. Okay.
There he is.
I don't want to see you walking by here again.
Here again. It's the fifth time.
And you could see after seeing this a few times where the
We should wait. Well, hold on a second, Miss Dizzy and Missy. We should cut that specific clip and play that over and over again. That's right. I'm talking to Michel Bryant. He's a fifth. I don't want to see you walking by. Who the hell says that?
when the cop asks my friend again, whose name I'm sorry I don't remember, you know, hey, you can't come in here with that. It's a beat before he grabs it, and the way he rips it
But
up.
by the way, but Dizzy tells me I need to focus the tweets. I'm telling you all, I'm going to do that. By the way, we had a little problem here in the chat because somebody decided to use the C word with a K
Right.
and attack
Charming.
me. Okay, just so you know.
Charming.
So
Anyway,
go ahead.
My point is that
Christine.
when you see this, and you'll see it again, I'm sure, the gusto, the excitement with which this officer rips that little badge off of this guy's chest. I mean, it's, you know, is that necessary? Number one, can't you just say, I'm sorry, you can't have that in here, which is clearly a violation of the buffer zone. Just tell him to leave, right? Or ask him if he wants to take that off himself, if he wants to continue through. Never gives him half a beat to even consider those options. He just rips it off.
Right. Yeah,
I think that there's an assault and battery there, but, you know.
Yeah, because he asked him to just take it off. I mean, you know, do you know, maybe he hasn't even seen the order. You know, there's a lot of people, we're watching every single day, okay? But there's a lot of people who don't just pay attention to the little nitty gritty. But the 5 times, I need that specifically cut. That's outrageous. That's simply outrageous. Who the hell? So what? So I've seen you walking, I don't want to see you walking past again. That was outrageous. I'm going to say it again, outrageous. Do we have a clip cut of the word with the fucking arrest? We have the paddy wagon here. We'll give them one warning.
Yeah, I never heard. Did that come through? I've never heard whether that was.
Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. In the meantime, Christina Mitchell, thank you very much. Thanks to Michael and Linda. You love your coverage from the UK. We love the UK. Christine Mitchell too. We love the UK. You know, us. She's like Teresa gifted 20 more Justice Serve TV memberships. Thank you very much. That's really, really now, Michael, this is a question for you because you made this drive. Do we know if the Lexus key cycle data shows the trip from Fairview to Meadows, speed, length of time? Michael, do you think the Commonwealth will say she could make it in less than 4 minutes? You just did that drive. We have that posted on our Justice Serve TV stream, right?
Yeah, obviously the road and the conditions under which I did it, it was roughly 7 minutes. A couple of stoplights that probably took longer during the day than they might have at midnight or later. You know, they just changed the cycle on them, so that might have affected the total time. But you'd have to be scooting to get there in 4 minutes. I think you'd really have to be hauling. And with the weather conditions that night, and if she was in fact inebriated, Karen Reed, that is, as she left 34 Fairview, that'd be some pretty fancy driving. And so we'll see what the Commonwealth does, but there is an issue that they're going to have to deal with, and that's why I took that little drive, was to experience what they say she experienced but how quickly they say it happened, because we know when she logged on to the Wi-Fi, which, happens automatically. If you've been in somebody's Wi-Fi system once, next time you go through it, it clicks on. And obviously with Officer John O'Keefe, she'd been in his system many times. So as soon as she got close, we don't know if that was a house away, 2 houses away, or in the driveway, but at some point it registers. And that was at 12:36, according to the phone data. So it's a very tight window that the prosecution's got to deal with.
Connecting to Wi-Fi is how they track you, because your phone connects. So if you watch it, it's connected to your Wi-Fi. If you go down New York City, your phone's connected to every Wi-Fi that goes on, and that's when they get the phone. That's how they're able to track you, not just here and there, but the fact that all the independent Wi-Fi's went on, hit your phone or your apps.
The geolocation is so much better now than it used to be, because I've always poo-pooed the pinging off towers as overblown. Like people give it the credence of DNA, and it ain't.
It's not. Absolutely not.
Because you may have fewer towers if you're in a rural area. It's just the triangulation science is bad. But when you're talking now about much more concrete data points that are more numerous, closer together, the geolocation is definitely getting better. So they're gonna have to deal with that issue. One thing I thought was interesting about that video, and I've been to that house a few times now, and I'm sure I've shot that video more than once. But as I did the drive-by yesterday, people were commenting on how small the front yard appeared to be, right?
And you've said that.
Yeah, and it is. It's like I'm looking at this yard right here. It's a normal, I'd call it a normal yard. It's not like a big estate, not a big winding driveway. So this is key for people who have looked at it and they're like, how could nobody see a body on that lawn? I don't care if there'd been an inch of snow. How, in that small area, how do you not see a hulking human form?
Right, right. Interesting.
And that all feeds into the defense theory that, well, they did see and they did know, and people were coming and going that did know John O'Keefe was crumpled on that lawn on his way to freezing to death, but they lied.
Interesting. Apparently, making a count, I was going to show this. Aiden just reported on an African-American juror who was Justice Smith's. Yeah. Okay. By who? I assume by the prosecution. Anyhow.
Interesting. In this case, is about as far from racially entwined as it could be, right?
Except for the African-American experience of distrust of police. All right.
Well, that's an overarching concept, but it's not like you got a white victim, you got a white defendant.
Yeah, but
players are white.
I think the distrust of the police becomes an issue.
I think around here,
I think I'm going to let you talk for a few minutes, because I need to apparently put the words to the Twitter, the cuts that we just made on X, so we can show them on here and show them and talk about them. Can you handle this for like 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. What have you been talking about? I don't want to retread.
Well, I haven't done the Aiden. I was about to do the complete Aiden order.
I do not have that in my hands, but I can talk a little bit about today. I chatted with him just for a moment, and obviously with his significant other, we talked. So I'll get into that a little bit.
Okay. All right. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. So let me give you the weather report. It's pretty windy out here, but I've seen much worse. Can you see my camera shaking? That's just from the wind. Anyway, so the Aiden Carney factor. I see him this morning, queued up at court, and wasn't sure at the time whether he was going to have his matter heard, which is the attempt to be removed or at least excused from the witness list that suggests he can't follow the trial, either personally inside the courthouse because he has a pass, or even remotely watching it on Justice Served TV because he needs to do his job. And the question became, and is still open to question, is he going to be excused from the sequestration order? All witnesses, and this is not unusual, virtually all witnesses are prohibited from being in the courtroom or watching testimony, even if they're watching it on Justice Served TV, prior to taking the stand. So what you can do by putting a name on the witness list, and as you heard from Judge Kenney today, there were 150 names, something like that. Everybody on that list, in theory, is prohibited from being in the courtroom or watching the trial until after they have had the opportunity to testify. Well, what if you're never called? Well, then you're screwed. And so that's what most believe has happened here. And maybe it was our fault because we had Aiden on I believe it was a Wednesday night. And within 2 days, they issued the witness list with his name on it. And we had talked about it during the course of that show. And we were, thinking it's never going to happen because would they be dumb enough to call him as a witness? We weren't thinking the next step, which was, well, yeah, let's screw him by putting him on the witness list. Then we'll know that we can kind of control what he says and doesn't say about this case because he can't watch it. That is now pending. We know that the paperwork has been filed. Don't think it's on the docket yet. We weren't sure this morning. And again, the argument, it's a First Amendment argument. And he's basically being asked to be removed, be accepted from the sequestration order. And if he is, then he gets to go back and do his turtle boy thing. If he's not, I don't know. I think you take that up. I think you got to take that up immediately. And he has this period of time, 3 weeks, give or take. That's the best guesstimate for how long it will take to get a jury pulled together in this case. So that's kind of the opportunity is in that window, right? So I was talking this morning, and it hadn't been put on the calendar, he said, so he was going in, and he's, it's an interesting situation because you generally would not have prospective witnesses in the courtroom for jury selection. I mean, why? Why would you do that? But he's not a normal witness. In fact, he's probably a non-witness. It just happens to be on the witness list. So he was going in, and as we know from a note that he just sent out about the African-American prospective juror that was dismissed, I'm not jumping to any conclusions as to why or how or who knows. I mean, it could be many reasons. We don't even know if it was for cause versus peremptory challenges. So we do believe they're working on getting 20 bodies, right? That's 12 plus the 8 alternates. And it's going to take a while to do that. So will Aidan Carney be able to do his job and report on this case from inside the courtroom or from outside if he wants to watch it, wherever he wants to watch it? Or is he going to be precluded from that? That is a huge issue if that's what happens. And we know there's that other little case happening out in Phoenix, the Lori Vallow Daybell trial number 3, is it? Number 2, her number 2, total number 3. This is for the death of her third husband, Charles. And there was a similar situation where Nate Eaton, who has been covering that case forever and doing a fine job for East Idaho News, he was on the witness list. And so a similar issue arose. They brought it up prior to jury selection. It hadn't even started the jury selection process. And the court said, get out of here. That's ridiculous. So he was effectively exempted from any sort of prohibition he might have as a witness because he is a journalist covering the case and has been covering the case. Hopefully the same thing will happen here. But as we've learned, sometimes in Massachusetts, especially in this part of Massachusetts, Canton, Stoughton, Dedham, this ain't the way. This is not what you'd hear in The Mandalorian, because very few things are done normally here. We even heard what was it they were talking about today that is almost always done. I don't know if it was the criminal records issue, but it was another one of those situations where they just got rid of it. There, look, wait a second, I'm being stalked. Dina, if you're gonna.
Hi everyone.
Which side are you going on? Where are you? There you are.
Want me? There we
There
are.
you go. You want
How's it
want
going?
to sit down?
No, well,
Here.
no, there's not enough room.
Here,
I'm kind of a big girl.
I'll give you half a cheek.
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right.
I
So
just
what do you got there?
some
You got anything in there good?
All right, breaking news. All right, ready? A former Karen Reed juror just delivered us Dunkin' Donuts coffee, blew us a kiss, and said, "Thank you guys for being out here."
Oh my gosh, was she an actual deliberating juror?
Yes.
Yeah. Where is she? Did you point her out? I'll go track her down.
She's already gone. She's already gone, but we couldn't. We were like blown away. I thought she was just a delivery person. I'm like, "Oh, are you delivering for us?" And she put it down. She goes, "No, I was on the jury." And she goes, she went.
Really? You believe her, right?
Oh God, yeah. No,
You got good radar.
Some of them know who the jury actually was, like afterwards, you know.
And they confirmed
Yeah.
she was one of them.
Yeah. So can you guys believe that a former juror just did that? That's like, they know it's so crazy. So
I don't know if you were a former juror in round 1, would you be hanging around here, or would you be like, I've had enough of that crap?
No, if I was a former juror, I'd be screaming at every news station it is that I voted that she was not guilty. I wouldn't hide myself at this point.
I don't see you hiding yourself anytime.
No, I don't. And I just drop in everywhere, but you know.
Okay, so what else you got for us? What's going on? They're still they haven't had a lunch break yet. Right?
No, they haven't had a lunch break yet. They should be breaking pretty soon, and we're just getting accustomed and trying to figure out the buffer zone stuff. It's better down this end.
That's what I wondered, because now I see people are gathering down here. And
Yeah.
did I tell you what happened when I was doing my back and forth earlier today?
Yeah.
First, a trooper stopped me because I was not moving.
Yep.
And he said, you got to be moving along through the buffer zone. I said, okay. And then the last time I was with Scott, and then a gentleman I've never met before, but he had on a little Team Karen Reed thing,
Mhm.
FKR. It was very subtle. And the cop sees him and says, you can't go through here with that. Wait. And then what do you think he does? Gives him a chance to leave or maybe take it off? No, he grabs it, rips it off himself.
Can you believe this is America, the birthplace of America, Massachusetts? And this is what we're going through. I'm just appalled by it. I'm just appalled. People should really be scared right now because little by little we're losing our rights. Just little by little they're getting stomped upon. And if we don't put our foot down and stop it now, it's just going to be free reign. It's not right. Like, you can walk through the buffer. Like, you can't have Karen Reed stuff or anything like that. But you can't even stop for 2 minutes on a freaking sidewalk. You can't sit on the bench out there. It's sad. I was crying this morning. I literally was crying this morning. It was just so overwhelming and sad to see what was going on. You know.
So what do you think is going to happen long term? And
ankles
what
are killing me.
Here, let me
No,
do
I'm
this.
good. No, I'm
No,
good.
let me do that. We'll both stand up. It's a weird
I'm
angle.
old. My ankles are killing me.
So what do you think long term? I mean, you guys going to be out here every day for jury selection too?
No, see, that's why there wasn't a real lot of people, because I think people are saving their time for when the trial starts up. Because I think jury select, if they can even seat a jury, I think jury selection is going to be at least a month. I would think.
Yeah, I think 3 for sure, 3
Yeah.
weeks for sure. We heard that they just, and this was from Aiden inside the courthouse, that they dismissed or excused for some reason an African American potential juror. Any thoughts on that?
No, I don't think race has anything to do with it. Maybe he had a criminal record he didn't talk about. Maybe something popped up like right away, or maybe he had a medical condition. I don't think race has anything to do with it.
And that's what I said. Linda's thought was that maybe it was maybe some bad police attitude, thinking that the police are out to get him because he's African American and they're more put upon.
No, but who knows? He could have been related to Sean Ellis. We have the Sean Ellis case here. So I'm not reading into anything about race, creed, or color at all. Like, you don't know. I mean, sometimes you can get removed right away. We don't know if he could have a colostomy bag and be like, no, I can't see. All right, go home, or he's sick. Or
That's a weird way to go with that. That's a weird.
I mean, you just never know. Like, I don't read into it unless I really, know the circumstance. We'll find out later. I do know that, though, when the jury was walking across at one point, 4 people were in pink. Did you guys see that?
Oh no! I saw different chunks. So I mean, I did not see that.
Yeah,
chunk.
4, and they were women. They were all women, and 2 had like rain gear, pink jackets. 1 had a pink sweater on, and the other had a pink shirt on. So I mean, that's a good way to get thrown off the jury right away. But I mean, they're showing, by now you pretty much 99% know what you're coming to court for. So wearing pink really.
Well, the earlier questioning from the judge, do you have a bias? Have you come to an opinion yet on this case? More than half said they did.
Yeah.
So we don't know what, because then they went to individual voir dire, and we don't know what happened from that. But just from the group, it's going to take forever if you're whittling away 80% of the people.
It's going to take. I wonder if they can even seat a jury.
Oh, they'll get one.
I mean, eventually they will, but how long is it going to take? So.
Well, if 1,000 were summoned, over period of time, I mean, 20 people out of 1,000, don't you think?
They're going to have to. They're going to need like 30 just in case for alternates, and there's going to be a long trial again.
Yeah, probably a touch longer than the last time. But we believe there's still going to be 8 alternates. Have you heard differently?
I haven't heard anything on that, but I do know that it's going to be real depression if we have to talk about the weather. I like that there should have been a motion of something of like let's just both sides agree on what the weather was, so we do not have to go over it anymore.
Hard as a rock, the ground, I hear.
Hard as a rock. We might need a geologist, and probably Bev wouldn't let the FBI geologist come in on that. Like, I just don't know.
Core samples taken. Sure.
core samples from 34 Fairview Road. But
A lot of people. I did a video yesterday driving from 34 Fairview to One Meadows just to get a feel for how long it took and what the route was like. A lot of people commented, 34 Fairview, that front yard is just so small.
it's like a postage stamp. When you watch the trial and you saw like the pictures that the Commonwealth put up, you would think it was like you could play baseball out in the front yard. It was, but then when you actually go to it, you're like, oh my, there's no way. Like one Lucky Loughran would have definitely saw it. I mean, I there's no doubt. I mean, I still am under the thing. I really think they threw John out there and to try to blame it on Lucky, like, oh, John was drunk and Lucky hit him by mistake, and that was it. They didn't. To me, it changed once Karen, called looking for him. Yeah, and then they had to change it. But that yard is so tiny, so small. There's no way Brian. I don't care if there was howling, whipping winds. There's no way Brian Albert would not see those lights. Would not hear the commotion, the screaming, the yelling. I mean, it's just, that's what hooks you in to know that something was wrong here in the beginning.
That lot is, I looked it up, is 0.25 acres, which is about as normal as a residential lot could be. And the house sitting on it, ultra normal. Yeah. And so the front lawn is, you could take it in from one spot very easily.
Oh, absolutely. And same with the road. If you ever drive down it, they almost want to portray it like it's a straight road. It's totally not. There's no way you can go in reverse and do that.
It's very curvy.
Yeah, it's very curvy. And there's a hill when you're kind of like a little dip when you first go down on it.
I know some people have looked at that 3 flights of stairs information and suggested it had something to do with a Y turn that was made, or how do you go that elevation up and down over that small period? That's not a road.
No, it's not. It's not. And the mainstream media portrays stuff in this case that to put it out there so you think that Karen's guilty, and that's what's really upsetting. They're not. They're very biased. They're not showing both sides of information. On one hand they'll say, like the yard's really big, and even on regular news they show the yard like it looks really big instead of showing a true factual picture of it.
And it's one of those things, and I'm glad the jury last time went there and again is going to go there without the car this time. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. But yeah, that's key. That spatial orientation is so important, because if anybody goes in there thinking it's this massive yard that any body laying there would be missed by people passing by, I think they're disabused of that immediately.
Oh, absolutely. I when I went by, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, how, I mean, we already have inverted videos, and now we got the yard making it look bigger with whatever kind of technology they have to do that.
So what do you think of Brendan not wanting the car to be there at the same time as it was last time?
I don't think I'm like, bring everything in. The truth is going to set us free in this thing. I don't know why he doesn't want it there. I'm wondering if they didn't want it because I think the Commonwealth has ripped the car apart and done all sorts of things.
You mean even since trial number 1?
Yeah, since trial number 1. I think they've pulled apart stuff or did stuff that they don't want found out because it's still in their possession. You know what I mean? That's my thing of it.
That would be wild. I got the feeling, and I haven't seen it officially written down, but if they were going to pull the car from that jury view, that they would make it available somewhere else at some other time as a separate viewing. But I've not heard that might happen. And if it doesn't, then your conspiracy theory might play out.
Well, what's weird is during the first trial, Alan Lally said something about look at the console or something. It was written in something, and like why? But I think they ripped apart the console and they damaged the inner chips and whatever else, so they can't even know more data of what was going on. Call me a conspiracy theorist or not, but you
got an active imagination sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
But they were asking for another look at all of that data, that somehow was missed the first time, to give them more evidence of the movement of the car. Again, they need to support that 0 to 24 miles an hour in reverse, striking Officer John O'Keefe. I mean, they're looking for anything that helps tell that story. And you may be right. Maybe the car got a little trashed in the process.
If they pulled out whatever chip thing, whatever you want to call that, out of the car, and they weren't supposed to damage something else that leads to it, that can lead to more information getting, then that's on them that they damaged that more. That's where my thing comes in, is because, as we can see, like Trooper Paul and all of them, they're not the brightest bulb on the block. And they might have did something to ruin something else that they could really look into.
It's going to be very interesting.
It's going to be. I can't wait. I want the truth. I want everything out.
That's what
No mercy.
I'm more about.
Bring it all.
Yeah, inclusive rather than exclusive. Yeah.
I'm really upset with the way Bev is very biased in what she's allowing, what she's not. She says one thing, goes against what she says, and just let everybody come out and talk.
I thought it was funny today as she's reading off the witnesses. She read off Easter's name.
Yeah.
The guy she's excluded. So she's just a robot, I guess. She didn't even. How much time would it take for you to see the name and just not read it?
Yeah.
Because you've said it. That person can't testify.
I'm really curious. Out of all the witness lists at all, not counting like I want to see Jen McKay back up there and stuff, but I want to see Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe's father because he's on the defendant's witness list, and I'm curious. He hasn't been to court at all. And, not sitting with the family. And also is Erin O'Keefe has a different address than her husband, Paul, now. So
I wonder what the dad would have to bring. Maybe they know some statements made by former Trooper Proctor regarding the investigation.
I don't know what he knows, but I'm curious to see what he has to say because, by what we've heard throughout the thing, not person to person, but he really liked Karen. And to me, if that was my child and I was watching everything that's happened, I would be questioning stuff. Why did the police do this? Why did Proctor do this? Why is this happening? Jen McCabe did make that 227 Google call. That would make me, I'd want to know what really happened to my child. And so I think he thinks like that and the rest of them are not. And can we please get rid of the lost at sea ex-girlfriend from 30 years ago holding a picture? Like, why are you even here, woman? Really, come outside and protest and hold your sign, your picture. Why are you in there? You're making yourself look like a fool.
And I haven't seen any pro-pros people here today.
Of course not. They showed up because ID investigation was doing their thing. I think they got a phone call to show up because they're hardly ever here. I can count.
There were a lot in that series sequence.
They were with Kevin Linehan and stuff like Plevin, and lo and behold, they're filming that side and doing all that, and then lo and behold, they're not here.
Yeah, I've been here half a dozen times. I've never seen one. I'm looking to find those folks. I want to talk to them.
They're not here. They don't come unless there's some sort of thing with it, like they're gaining something from it. We're out here. We want justice for Officer John O'Keefe. I want justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Like everybody here does. We support the police. We just don't like the corrupt ones. But these people that are so behind John and they're walking in with pictures and they're, where are you? Where are you? Take a day out of work. I took a day out of work. I'm using sick time right now, even though I'm not sick, I'm using it. But and I won't be back the rest of the week, but you got to do what you got to do and what you believe in. If they're so wholeheartedly believe that Karen's guilty, why are you not out here on this day? They never come out if it's snowing, raining, like they're just not prepared. We're prepared like for war out here. We got everything you need, Band-Aids, aspirin.
And free coffee.
And free coffee from a former Karen Reed juror. How you can't get this. And she blew us a kiss. Like, it's amazing. Now, see, that goes to show you what they know. That juror doesn't want to put her face out there like too much publicly, but she believed in what she was tasked a job to do and looked at the evidence and came up with something and believes wholeheartedly that Karen's innocent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be down here bringing us protesters coffee.
No.
They're upset. And that juror, all that time they spent, the money that they lost, their effort and trying to do the right thing is sort of thrown in the trash. That's not how our judicial system should be. You know what I mean? Yeah. I still have faith that it'll all be fixed in the end. I think there's going to be something called a Reed Act years from now.
Interesting.
And this will, they're going.
What will it do exactly?
It'll have to do with police procedures. It'll have to do with relatives investigating other relatives, who's related to who.
So it'll deal with conflicts and red Solo cups.
Yeah, and red Solo cups. Never use red Solo cups as evidence. And it's just going to change a lot of things, and I think it'll come out with the Reed Act. If anyone was made to withstand this and change Massachusetts, it's Karen Reed and her family. And in the end, Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe would never have died in vain because things are going to change because of him.
Well, I know you're going to be out here fighting the good fight. and don't get arrested. Well, wait, if you do get arrested, let me know. Did you? You bring some cash? What is bail money worth? How much is it?
I took $100 with me in case I got bailed because you're going to Framingham too, and I might need to take a taxi cab or an Uber back.
Interesting name of that, Framingham.
Framingham, that's where the barracks are for the police. They got the patio. Framingham. Yeah.
Like framing.
Framing. Yeah, like framing Karen Reed. And I don't want to see anyone get arrested because they can use force with us, which is really upsetting to me because, you know, we're not throwing Molotov cocktail bombs at anyone. We're not spitting at police or anything else. They're actually been more rude today than what we have.
You know, you're right about that, actually.
I am. Yeah, we've been showing respect all morning. They've been a little, you know, ripping stuff off people is terrible.
I didn't tell you what I heard as I was walking by. This was another event, one of my 5 times by. There's one of the main guys, I guess, because he's got an audience of officers. He said, we're going to give them one warning, and we have the van here. We'll fucking arrest people.
Yeah, that's not the first time, and they use force on people that were swinging pom poms during the first trial. It's mind boggling to me how much our rights are getting stepped on and the disrespect. It's just, you know, I try to be respectful with them. I talked to Hardman. I met the CERT team today because of the bicycle police. Because I worked with the bicycle police the last time we were here. Me, Kurt, all the people that were doing security, we all worked well with them to try to get Karen in and out of court near the end. And he introduced himself and just said, you know, they know the regular faces here. You know, see something, say something, you know, and that's it. So I'm respectful to them. The minute they're disrespectful to me, I will completely lose my mind.
I want to see that.
You know you don't want to see that.
Okay, well,
all right,
don't get arrested.
Bye, everyone. Keep us all in your prayers.
All righty. That, of course, is Dina. Sorry for the weird angle, kind of a weird Kafka-esque angle, but I didn't want her standing forever by herself. Oh, there she is. Did you find what you were looking for?
I found what I'm looking for. I actually posted things on X Twitter. I had half of my breakfast. I had 2 Girl Scout cookies here. I finally was eating one. This is not a good. I do not recommend this as your breakfast. Usually I have an avocado or avocado toast or some protein. But I was so late this morning.
You're eating like I do when I'm on the road.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens that's what happens when you're on the road. And when you're in a trial, it's the worst too, because you know you eat terribly when you're in a trial. And then I was able to get my justice.
Oh, you got your mug. You found your mug.
It was right behind me. I just didn't have time to pour my coffee. And then did somebody mention? I just have to know. Did somebody mention a Dunkin' Fund? Did somebody mention like a Dunkin' Fund? I mean,
I did go to Dunkin' myself.
Did somebody mention that? Because I'm like the Dunkin'. I mean, I'm keeping Dunkin' alive here.
Did you hear? Speaking of coffee, which was a Dunkin' coffee that Dina had. Did you hear what she said about where she got her coffee? Or were you off doing something? One of the jurors from trial 1 bought people coffees here. One of the deliberating jurors. Yeah. There's Scott.
Wow. So the deliberating jurors are here?
Yeah. And she bought.
Can we find one? We need an interview with one.
I asked, and she
Hi, Scott McGinnis. We need an interview with a former deliberating jury. Where are they?
Yeah. What happened to the former juror that was buying coffee for everybody? Did you get a coffee? No.
Yeah, I was told that she dropped off a box of Joe on both ends.
I love the box of Joe. I buy a box of Joe every time we go to the cabin.
I took a break and went back to my vehicle and recharged my phone, and I finished the Glares Live.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now I'm back.
You're back on duty?
Back on the front lines.
Okay. Are you staying on this side this time, or are you going down the other way? This side makes more sense.
We have a lot to show. We've actually we have a lot to show. Scott, you want to stay with us while we show what happened this morning?
We were better off at the other end.
Yeah, because it was closer. But now this is so close. It's so hard for him to see. It's hard for him to see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We want to show a couple things. We're going to show 2 things.
The logistics here.
Yeah. No, I get it. But I'm voting for this side as more visible. And you I mean, down there, you're not even here, way down there where you were before.
Well, it would have been different last year, Michael, if you were here when we were at the 200-foot line.
Sure. Right. And this is the same boundary as last time.
Yeah. Well, for now, until Bev moves this line.
Yeah. Watch it with your sign. It'll happen. Okay. I'm back.
Okay. So I was going to ask him if he knows the name of the juror that the previous juror, we'd certainly love to interview them. If you're
Of course,
watching,
yeah.
please call Justice Serve TV.
Yeah.
If not, please, Scott's still in the background. Ask him. He'll find you the name. He'll get you the name.
He doesn't know, but he's working on it.
He's working on it. Okay, so let's play for what we just posted on Twitter. Let's play the clip again. Before we're going to play a couple clips. We're going to play the drive to Fairview, but before we do that, and before we go through Aiden's, we still have to go through Aiden's motion. Let's play the clip again this morning, where first the insignia was ripped off somebody, physically ripped off, and second, and that same thing, you were asked, they seen you walking by 5 times. You plan to do it again or something like that. Let's listen to that again, if we can.
Pretty interesting. So this is the Registry of Deeds building across it here. Again, this is where most of the jurors queue up, we think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna check out what the other line is.
That's got to go.
No. You're walking to it. I don't want to see you walking by here again. Good time. Okay.
Is that taking the 5th? I took my 5th walk by there.
Yeah, you took your 5th walk by. I don't want to see you walking by here. It's the 5th time. Matter of fact, I should write that down and then put that in the next tweet that I do. I don't want to.
Then close your eyes.
See you close your walking by here again. It's the 5th time. Okay. All right, and we're going to actually kind of clip that into another 33-second, and we're also going to clip the fucking arrest conversation we had when you walked by. I heard that, but we failed to show this when Dina was here. Dina, this is for your Dunkin' Coffee fund. So I guess you're going to have to give Dina $5.
Next time I see her, I will pass it along, Brooklyn.
Yeah, pass it along. Michelle, today they're supposed to have 92 potential jurors. Well, they had 40. I don't know if you missed our discussion this morning, Michael. When people asked whether they had formed an opinion about this case, 40 out of the 50, I think there were 50 in the courtroom, right, said they'd formed an opinion.
Yeah, I was listening,
40 out of the 50.
To your recitation of all that stuff. I was first of all surprised that Judge Cannone was allowing that, even that, to be broadcast. But it's
I was surprised too. But I think because it doesn't show identifying jurors and because it's just general, I think it would violate the rules of the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court about things being telecast. I think that was a problem. We have a new member, Donnie, not Wahlberg. It's okay, Donnie. Thank you. As long as you're respectful and don't use. Yeah. Oh, are you a Southie? Michael wants to know. New member, thank you so much for joining us. And this is our point the other day, to making it count. Our family wears pink for breast cancer. Yes, my mother and grandmother both had breast cancer several times, 2 times for one and 3 for another. How dare they turn something up, a potential jury based on color of an article of clothing because she may have worn pink. I wear pink all the time. You know why? Barbie. I wear pink for Barbie and breast cancer. I mean, pink is a color. You go out shopping. I wore pink the other day on the air. It was, do you think I didn't spend that kind of money on a Dolce & Gabbana sweater set that's pink because I was supporting Karen Reed. Okay. It's because I like the color pink and it goes with a lot of things I have because I wear a lot of Barbie shit. Okay.
Yeah. I will tell you this, just a little tip. If you ever see me wearing pink, it will be in support of something. It won't be because I have a lot of pink in my closet.
My husband wears a pink shirt. He looks fabulous.
I think I do have one laying around somewhere. I would wear it to like an Easter event or something.
Oh no, it looks fabulous, and I love pink. I mean, so they apparently got rid of somebody. That's the rule because somebody's wearing pink. I think
Dina was talking about how 4 of one of the first groups of jurors that paraded across the street were wearing pink, and so Dina's point was that with this particular case, people know what's going on. They know what's it all about, and that if they were wearing pink, more than likely it was because of their connection to the Free Karen Reed movement.
Well, I do the other thing. If I were on that jury, I'd wear pink, and I'd say, "Dare me to get me off. I'm wearing pink because I like it."
And they would say, "We'll thank and excuse number 25."
And then I'll say, "And I object," and I'd go get a lawyer and say they violated my civil rights.
That you want to be on the jury? Okay, all right.
Well, the point is that it's an unfair characterization. You can ask, "Are you wearing pink because of that?" And they can say,
of course,
yes or no. There's something called a follow-up question.
Of course. Yep. So who knows? We don't know if any of those folks are excused or in the pool still or on the jury. We don't know.
Okay, so we need to play. People are talking about what you posted yesterday, which is the video of your drive. Okay, you did one drive or two?
I did one, just one
One
drive.
drive.
One shot, first time. Yeah.
Why don't we post it? What we need to post? Okay, let's watch. Oh, this is not that. This is
34 Fairview, right?
Oh, here you go. This is it. The 34 Fairview.
The park right about here. There's the flagpole. There's
There we
place where John O'Keefe's body was. Now we're going to head to One Meadows. Okay. Now I've never been there.
You know, could we restart that
but
video? Is
based
there a
on
way
what
we can
understand the route
Missy?
from 34
Might
Fairview?
see the front yard a little bit.
Yeah, let's say maybe.
Yeah, there we go. So there you can see it's what is it? The front yard is maybe.
And let's stop it right there. Let's stop it right there. Okay, good thing. Now you see the mailbox, the flagpole. I think the house has been painted. People are complaining because if you go to Google Earth, as we did last week when you were going up there,
or something.
You know, a homeowner can ask for the front of the house to be scrubbed, that you don't see it. And the front of the house is scrubbed. But if you go to the rest of the view, it's all there, the pool, the house. But, you know, there's new people that live there. So I understand that,
Yes.
right?
Let me point out something. And I don't know if we can go back a couple of frames or not. If we can, this house, not unlike this is a very typical house. Now we're probably just a touch too far back, but there are actually two doors that kind of could be the front door. One is more obviously in the center of the house. The other is closer to the garage, but is quite often used or has been used by the family. Now, see where the door is right next to the garage.
Right. I see
in that little alcove.
Was that a wave or was that our eye? What was that? Was that our little laser pointer?
Was that? Oh, I don't know. That was my hand.
No, at the little alcove.
Yeah, there's a little alcove with a door, and that was used quite often as quote the
front
door.
there it is. That's our pointer. So we have our pointer on it, Michael.
Oh, where'd that come from? Oh, you mean Missy has that? Okay.
Yes.
I can almost see it in the bright sun here. So you have two doors that I know during the testimony were almost talked about interchangeably. And that's an issue because the one nearest the garage is further from where Officer John O'Keefe's body would be. So I think when the witnesses start testifying about that kind of orientation, think about, well, which door are they talking about? And are they more or less likely to have seen something in the yard based on which door they were coming or going from?
Or did he get carried from the back to the front if indeed he did get carried from the house?
Yeah, I mean, how he was ejected, if that's what happened, that's another question. But for that bigger issue about, well, why did nobody see him? If you were coming from the door nearer the garage, you're almost twice as far away from where Officer O'Keefe's body was ultimately found.
Which is at the far end near the flagpole.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where our pointer is right now. There's
another thing. Well, I'll talk about it when we get to One Meadows. But I noticed that, let's just say the folks who live at One Meadows are not inviting people to stop by. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
And the SUV would have been parked right about here. There's the flagpole. There's the place where John O'Keefe's body was. Now we're going to head to One Meadows. Okay. Now I've never been there, but based on what we understand, the route from 34 Fairview to One Meadows was not traveled before by Karen Reed either. So the question here is, and the issue that seems to have arisen, is how long it would take for Karen Reed that night to drive from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows, where John O'Keefe lived and where the kids were there, right? And of course, I'm looking around. I don't see a blizzard or an oncoming blizzard. So that's not an issue here. It's also not after midnight. So it is, although overcast, it's pretty light out. I'll try not to run into the U.S. Postal Service here or the bus. These things probably not issues at or about the time that Karen Reed was making this trip. So it's about 1.5 miles-ish, give or take, supposedly about 5 minutes. And remember, the key to this whole connection between 34 Fairview and One Meadows is the timing within which the prosecution says she hit Officer John O'Keefe and then drove off and ended up at One Meadows. And the key for this arrival at One Meadows is, when did she connect to
the Wi-Fi at that home. Now, everybody knows if they've got Wi-Fi and they're at a place where they've connected before, so to speak, that it will connect again when they go to that place the next time. This is kind of a weird intersection, I have to tell you. I've been through this intersection a few times, not going to One Meadows, but it's tricky. Anyway, I made it. I negotiated that. Anyway, so there is evidence that at 12:36 on the morning of 1/29/22, her cell phone connected to the Wi-Fi at Officer John O'Keefe's home. Okay, so unless you're going to dispute that, unless you're going to come up with an alternative bit of information to suggest why it connected or why it looked like it connected, it's a pretty good idea, pretty good piece of evidence that in fact she was there at that time, or at least, to be picky about it, her phone was there at that time, and there is no evidence she was separated from her phone on that particular occasion. So going through the neighborhoods here, this is basically too heading back in the direction of the Waterfall Bar and that main street in Canton, where both McCarthy's and the Waterfall Bar exist, right? So just going through the neighborhood here, nothing tricky here that should have impacted the drive that night. Not a lot of construction at that time, as we understand it. Obviously, the weather always an issue. But at this point, we are about 3 minutes into the drive and should be about looks like 0.8 miles away at this point. And so again, the key issue here is if John O'Keefe was hit at 34 Fairview, when the prosecution has said a number of times was later than 12:36, well then her arrival at 12:36 makes it rather difficult that she would have hit him and then somehow, I guess, went backwards in time and arrived back at One Meadows or One Meadows at 12:36. This is probably the only light that exists between the two locations. This light, I'm guessing, in the middle of the night has a different sequence on it, a different time, so that it is either more rapidly changing from, in our case, red to green, or maybe it's even flashing yellow. I have to admit I don't have that information, or flashing red, meaning you just stop and then start again. Don't know for sure what was going on there, but that is clearly the one spot at which there could be some time lapse in terms of arriving at One Meadows from 34 Fairview. But again, what's it matter if in fact she connected to his Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36? So this is very unscientific, I admit that, but it's very real world, I think, very practical. And I think it's going to be an issue coming up in trial number 2. So I thought, hey, our Justice Served TV viewers might be interested to see exactly how long it takes to get from one to the other and get a sense of what the journey is like. So I play some elevator music for you, but I don't have any handy. So again, normal neighborhood here, walk your dog, but this is a double yellow line area, which doesn't necessarily mean anything except that traffic's a little heavier here than it might be on some adjacent areas. So anyway, we are now just a couple of ticks away from One Meadows, and looks like we should be there coming up on 4.5 minutes right now. Let's see if I pay attention to what I'm doing here. It's again, it's at a major intersection that we make this turn. It is a light-controlled intersection, and here, not unlike many cities or communities, no turn on red. Don't even think it. Don't do it. So we are now just coming up on 5 minutes. We should be there in less than a minute, it looks like. Thanks, we're just past 6 minutes. And I'm going to blame that on these traffic lights, among other things. There's a good chance, too, that when you connect to Wi-Fi automatically to a system you've already been hooked onto before, sometimes it's earlier than, actually arriving at the location. Not crazy, like I'm not going to pick it up if I were here. But depending on the strength of the Wi-Fi router, yeah, you could, you pick it up maybe a half a block away. You know that because check out your Wi-Fi in your neighborhood. You open that thing up and you get your neighbor Freds, you get your neighbor Debbie's, you get all kinds of folks that have Wi-Fi that you're picking up, and it's not at your house. So that does vary. Okay, so here we come. We're coming up on it very quickly. It is. Where is it? I'm going to find it here. It is. Hold on. It is right here. There's Meadows. And you would probably think that one Meadows is the first one, and doggone it, you'd be right. So there we are, one Meadows. And it is 7.5 minutes for us. So just a sense of what it might be like to make that drive under, quote, normal circumstances. And what you couldn't see it, I wasn't sure you could or couldn't when I was recording it, but they have a pretty good sized no trespassing sign on the fence outside of One Meadows Avenue for obvious reasons.
Well, yeah, I can see that. It's almost worthwhile looking again because starting from the beginning again, because the theory is, you went the same way that Karen Reed was supposed to go?
Well, as best we can tell, yeah. And I, again, I've had people say, well, she made that 3-point turn and then went the other way. And I said, well, first of all, I'm not convinced she made a 3-point turn and went the other way. But why would you go away that's not, if she's never been between 34 Fairview and One Meadows, you're not just relying on guesswork. She's probably had to plug it in, right? And none of the ways I tried it, I pointed the car one direction, asked for mapping. I pointed it the other direction, asked for mapping. It always sent me the way that I went. So I'm assuming that that's the way in general that she went.
And so I almost like to start at the beginning and explain which way Officer O'Keefe's body, John O'Keefe's body was, and was it the same way the car had to then go?
Oh, I see what you're saying. What we do know that seems to be undisputed is that the car at the time she dropped him off was facing, how should I describe this? Facing with the nose toward the flagpole, toward the fire hydrant, which is right at the edge of the property. Okay, so not the other way around.
Okay.
So she'd have to go forward from that spot, back up toward the house, toward the fire hydrant, toward the flagpole, make contact, and then drive the other way.
Got it. Okay. I think it's easier when you see it, though, and then point it out than talking about it. So can we run it again?
You can, if you just want to freeze that frame, I can maybe try to better explain what I believe the state of the evidence is.
Okay, great. Let's see. We're going to try it again. I don't have control of it. There you go.
Okay, so here we go. Stop right there. There's that I think, give or take, that is about where the SUV was parked. Well, remember, again, depending on who you believe, it moved once or twice. Jen McCabe had it moving twice, almost to the border of the next house, which is where that fire hydrant is. So it's questionable, but it seems to be undisputed it was facing the direction I'm facing as I drive away. And Officer John O'Keefe's body was adjacent to where that car is now, before, a little further on, near the flagpole.
A little nearer the flagpole.
Yeah,
and where
again,
was
facing where I am facing in that car now?
Where's the sweeper supposed to be?
The what?
The sweeper?
The sweeper. I don't know what the sweeper is.
Not
Sorry.
the sweeper, the snow blower, the snow.
The snow plow. The snow plow with
Thank
Lucky.
you.
Lucky, the
Right.
snow plow driver. Well, I believe
Right.
he was going along the same route. He was going in that same general direction, because otherwise, why would he be plowing the opposite end, the other side of the street, going against traffic? That would be weird. So it should have been going along the same route.
Huh. Okay. It's interesting when you see it. It's very small.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Is there a street light there?
Well, that's a very good question. I can't remember if it's a lit area or not.
Can we tell from the video
Okay,
at
so
all?
here we are. There's a big pole right there, but that could be a power pole only. I'm looking down the street a bit. I could not swear one way or the other that it is or isn't.
Right?
Yeah.
And the
We'd have to go.
I
look
know
at
it
the
came up
Google.
I know it came up at trial. I'm sure it was an issue. Visibility would be an issue.
Parked right about
Sure.
here. There's the flagpole. There's the place where John O'Keefe's body was. Now we're going to head to One Meadows.
So
okay,
you get a sense there.
Now I've never been there.
I'd like to see that drive. I think to see the drive again is really
Oh my
interesting.
gosh, it's driving me crazy. I've seen
I know I'm driving you crazy, but people really didn't see it at trial. They really didn't see it. This is the way.
Well, I don't think, because again, I think the evidence was not solid that this exact route was the route taken. I don't think that's been established. I'm just using logic and the mapping features to take me the way that it makes sense to go, and that you would think somebody who's never been between those two places would go.
Right.
So yeah, very unscientific. So this this is not going to be a demonstrative chalk or evidence at trial.
Right. A demonstrative chalk. I love it. We were talking about chalks this morning. It just, and remember, it's going to be snow. It's going to be snowing by now.
Definitely. Yeah. And there's probably some on the ground.
The point is, when you watch it, you see that it's not just the house at 34 Fairview that has a small yard. A lot of these places have these tiny.
These are very normal. As I was telling Dina, when you were doing whatever you were doing there, they're basically quarter-acre lots, which is as tract home as it could get. These are not estate lots. They're not massive. They're fine. They're perfect for a residential neighborhood and perfect for the size home that 34 Fairview is. But they're not big.
Right. Yeah. And then this is a stop street, so you're gonna.
And this street, you can't tell as much from that little drive, but as Dina also mentioned, it's very windy and it's a little bit up and down. It's not a perfectly straight street, and to get the speed necessary, the prosecution suggests she drove forward and then backed up at 0 to 24 miles an hour, right at the time of impact. That'd be some pretty tricky driving, because it's not just a straight shot going forward or backward.
Yeah. Also, you're going to go slower in the snow, and also slower if indeed you're impaired.
Yeah, but if you're trying to run somebody down, you're not caring about that. You're going to go as fast.
Yeah,
as
but
you
they're
can.
not. She's supposedly, according to them, after this drive, she ran somebody down, right? So she had to back up and then make a 3-pay turn and then go the other way.
Well, see, that's where I think the evidence is far from clear. So I'm curious to see how that comes across in round number 2.
And and what we have is we don't have any crime scene photos or death
Somebody
scene
mentioned
photos.
as I go by that I think was a train station right there. Somebody in the comments had said, "Hey, was there? I'm sure there were cameras at the train station, right?" We do have. What was that one image that we have of her car on the street heading? I believe it was to One Meadows.
Was it a library image?
It might have been the library. Yeah, it might have been, and
Yeah.
apparently that was the only one they could find.
And
So
they found
if the
this.
train has one, it's maybe more focused on the parking lot than the street.
Somebody asked if the flagpole was lit, but even because it's supposed to be lit at night, but I find that that's usually done in breach more than anything. We've always had a flagpole. When we've had a flagpole at our houses, they were always lit, not a timer. But it's something that I think you have to almost be a little older to appreciate. People, people just put up flags and they don't have them lit anymore.
Yeah, and I don't even remember. Was there a flag on the flagpole that night?
I don't know if they addressed that at all.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Yeah, because it's we've left ours up all year, but some people take them down at night. Some people don't put them up in the wintertime.
I think if it's not lit, technically you're supposed to take it down, right?
Right. Technically, they're supposed to take it down if it's not lit. But I think that's honored anymore.
That's
in the
back when there
breach.
was, respect for the flag. So,
Yeah. Well, apparently there still is. I saw a lot of people carrying big flags.
That is
today
true.
when you were around.
It's
And
hit and miss. Yeah, we were kidding about whether you could walk through the buffer zone, with an American flag. Was that maybe somehow an illegal protest?
yeah.
But we got through. We got through with the flags. And there's still a pretty good size group here. I really think this is the better place to queue up. It's not so isolated. It's tons closer to the court. You can see how close we are to the court.
Right.
And this is the original boundary from trial number 1. They did not move this, as Scott says, yet. So
it's even Tubi is weighing in. Everyone saw my Tubi. I did a Tubi avatar. There you go. There's a Tubi avatar. I was playing with it this morning because I couldn't remember how to do it, so I was playing with it. Tubi came on accidentally. Yeah, Tubi the poodle, because you were playing with a little pug or a little Frenchie.
Gracie, the little pug. Yeah,
a little pug, and they had a cute little pink shirt or pink something.
What do they call that? Little, like you carry an infant in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This is a programming note, so that I'll hit the road at the proper time. Is there stuff you want to cover before I hit the road, or what?
Yeah? I just let's cover. Although I can do it. You don't have to stay because I know
whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Got a lot of other places to go, and I know. And he's going to be safe. Don't worry. But we're not going to tell you what they are because I can cover the Aiden motion and all.
And they should be just for scheduling. Leaving for lunch now, but maybe they're not leaving. I don't, it's at 1 o'clock.
Well, they should be leaving. I think they have to leave at 1 or 2. I think it would contractually they have to take that. Also, there's going to be a court reporter taking, and she's required to have her break. Rightly so.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Rightly so. So unless you just want to cover the 8, and then we will take a break and see everybody back at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, why don't we do that? In fact, I will learn from your going over it.
Okay. All right. So Aiden, and we started talking about filed an intervener, alleged witness, Aiden Carney's motion to be exempted from the sequestration order. And his points are as follows, that, assuming, and he goes through assuming anything becomes admissible. That's the first thing. And if I go to page 5, I don't know if we could scroll down to page 5. Okay. Number 9. And I'll read it as we're getting there. We're there. Okay. Assuming, arguendo, that evidence of Miss Reed's consciousness of guilt based on her interactions with Mr. Carney is admissible, it's hard to fathom why the Commonwealth would deliberately draw attention to Mr. Carney's action and his motivation for them by calling him as a witness without having an opportunity to speak to him in advance of his testimony. So this goes to the fact that it strains credibility to think that they really put Aiden Carney on the witness list to say that there is by the way, somebody just sent us a police audit. It's in our X.
Oh,
okay,
it's out
thank
now,
you,
huh?
Sue.
Oh,
right.
okay.
It strains credibility to say that they're going to call him, and then he goes down. I'm jumping around because to the effect, and I'll give you the actual page. Okay, let's go to page 7. Okay, and in the middle says, given the unlikelihood that Mr. Carney will be called to testify, and by the way, if he is called to testify because the Commonwealth is charging a crime, he says in this he will take the Fifth Amendment and not testify. But he says in the event he is called and the view of the exceedingly narrow scope of any relevant testimony he might offer, the public interest in his being able to cover this proceeding far outweighs any conceivable interest in excluding him from the trial in this case. Indeed, the Commonwealth sought and obtained exemptions from the sequestration order for District Attorney Morrissey and the victim advocate in the case at the final pretrial conference, 2 witnesses who clearly favor the prosecution in this manner. Okay, so then it goes on. It says, finally, based on the placement of Mr. Carney on their witness list and recent filings and proceedings before this court and Judge Sisiski, he was our person of the week, by the way, it is obvious that the Commonwealth believes that Mr. Carney's testimony will incriminate both himself and Mr. Reed. And then he says at the bottom of that page on paragraph 15, I know it's hard to keep up with me. In these circumstances, as attorneys for Mr. Carney, we have no choice but to inform the court that if Mr. Carney were to be called as a witness against Ms. Reed, due to the proposed subject matter of his testimony and circumstances described above on the advice of counsel, Mr. Carney will assert his Fifth Amendment privilege and refuse to answer any questions. So what he's saying, he should be exempt from the sequestration order. He's a journalist. You're taking away his right under the Constitution to make a living by putting him on this witness list. And by the way, he has nothing to offer because should he be called and had something to offer that would be allegedly a crime, he would assert the Fifth Amendment. So he needs to be exempt from the sequestration order. And you, Judge, you have the authority to do so because you did it with Mr. Morrissey and for the victim witness advocate. I think it's a winner of an argument. I think it needs to be granted. And I think if she was going to keep him out of there, she would have kept him out of there even at jury selection. I think it's simply a wrong idea to have him sequestered because he's on the witness list. But that's the intent. That's the general intent of the argument.
It's a good two-pronged argument. One is that, hey, let's face it, there's a reason to put him on this list that has nothing to do with him testifying, number one. And by the way, number two, if he does take the stand, he's taking the fifth. So you're getting nothing out of it. So it's kind of an advisory and a request to have him removed from the sequestration order. And he should be. I mean, that's the right thing to do.
Right. And for people that don't know, you cannot put a witness on the stand if you are proffering a witness, knowing the witness is going to take the Fifth Amendment. You're not allowed to as an attorney. So they now know. They're now on notice.
Yep. And so there's no reason to keep him on the list. That's the bottom line. And really, the first reason is as good as any. The second's not a bad backup position. Was this a Mark Bettero filing as an intervener?
Well, yes, it's an intervener. It's Bettero and Bradle.
Okay.
It's an intervener.
I say that because I was talking about his letter, the Mark Bettero letter. We were talking about that last night. And some people were annoyed that I was somehow bagging on Bettero. And I wasn't. I was just pointing out that the letter was great. It was lovely, well-written letter, but it has zero legal significance. So who cares, right? Now it matters. This is the real thing. So.
Right. So that's important. So we are going to cut the 30 out of that 33 seconds, the specific point where you were threatened. We're also going to cut, I believe, we're trying to do that. Everyone's been on chat. We've been on chat since 8:15. The portion of our discussion where indeed you, Michael Bryant, passed the officers and they said words to the effect, we have a paddy wagon here. We'll give them one warning. If not, we're going to make a fucking arrest or something. Words to that effect. All right. Yeah. I think it's, I didn't write them down as you were saying it because quite frankly, I was so shocked.
I think it was, we're going to give one warning. We have a van here. We're going to fucking arrest people.
Yeah, I think he used the word paddy wagon when you said.
No, he said van. He said van.
He said, oh, van. Oh, I thought you said paddy wagon.
Paddy wagon's a little more colorful, but it was.
Oh, editorialized. Okay. But they did use the word fucking arrest.
Oh yes, that is clear.
Yeah. That's pretty serious. I mean, that's.
It was just that attitude, just like when the guy ripped the badge off that guy who, it just, is that necessary? I mean, really?
Yeah.
Aren't you guys under the microscope enough? I mean, you're just trying to prove that everybody's right about you.
Right.
I don't know.
And just the issue, there's nothing in the order. It says you can't gather if you're for Karen Reed. It doesn't say you can't, like two people can't walk down the street, stop and talk. And one person like you, a member of the public can't, because remember, you don't have a press credential. All right.
Just regular Joe.
Even if you are a member of the press, you're a member of the press in the real world, but apparently not for inside Massachusetts courtroom because they don't mention YouTube. But I have to tell you, they still don't mention YouTube. Okay. And that's what I wanted to tell you on the jury questionnaire, right? Do you have any knowledge of this case gained from any source, right? The sources are television, radio, newspapers, magazine, internet, Twitter, social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, other, podcast, family, friends, observations in the community, overhead discussions, and other again. They don't say YouTube, which is the biggest source of news that people get their news in the world.
I mean, obviously they use internet, which could be all encompassing, but if that's what you're doing, why do you then list, Twitter, X?
Right.
Why do you separate those out?
Or maybe you do that because you know that you're wrongly, because we've put them on notice that you shouldn't. How can that rule? The rule doesn't say YouTube, that YouTube aren't.
No, in fact, what I highlighted in my reconsideration email is that their language says any media or medium, meaning streaming, print, traditional broadcast, cable, that all of those are mediums. So.
Right. Yeah. And a medium in terms of the press, not in terms of, I feel a guilty or not guilty verdict coming medium. Just kidding you because
not the Magic 8-Ball type of medium.
That's what you have.
Who knows? Maybe that will come in handy at some point during this trial.
All right, so we're gonna cut that. We're gonna put that on. Let me just tell you on our Twitter X Twitter page, and I have retweeted on my page. We do have the clips we did show. Okay, Sue, you say here are the order, but I need a link to it. Okay, but I think it's under maybe that Dr. Turtleboy has it, but we'll get it. Okay. So you know, we have a lot of different things going, a lot of people responding to that, and we will be back on tonight at 6 p.m. Michael he's on scene again, but he has a lot of driving and a lot of places he needs to visit.
And you know what? This is weird. This is, of all the times I've been here, the wind has died down. This is the most pleasant it has been since I have ever come up here. I'm just going to sit here and get some sun and, you know, some fresh air.
And maybe by tonight we'll have some kind of update of the 50 people in the courtroom who had the first set of questions, because I guess she's got to go live when she brings up another veneer panel.
Another
right?
veneer, yeah, that makes sense.
Another veneer panel.
And then you'll hear the exact same thing: a recitation of the witness names, the general instructions about burden of proof, etc.
Right. Yeah, and we'll try to be on the air when that happens. So to stream it, we'll try to do that. But
what do you, have you heard? Are they going past 4 today? Have you heard that? I've not heard that from here.
I think she said it was a full days of court, but I don't think she said it was past 4.
Okay, it's generally till 4 then. Okay.
Till 4. But 40 of them had already formed an opinion. 16 of them had a bias, and 2 of them could not follow. These are the 2 who don't want to be on the jury.
That's
the
right.
burden of proof.
They're
okay?
the ones who wrote Nazi on their questionnaire.
Yeah, right. Not follow the burden of proof, even though they're told. All right. So with that, I want to thank all of you for staying with us. We've been here for now close to 5 hours.
Yes, nice
we
work,
will
guys.
Be back.
Thanks
nice
for
work.
hanging
Thank
there.
you. But before you go, I have
Yeah.
to tell you, I've learned this from watching other YouTubers. Please hit the like button before you go. Subscribe, share, and then notify all. It doesn't cost you anything, right? It doesn't cost you anything, all right? But it helps us. It helps the channel grow. It helps you grow. It helps us post more. As we get more subscribers, we're able to give more subscriptions out. As we get more subscribers, we get a little more icons. We can deal with all this little fun stuff.
Okay,
but the most
wait, breaking news.
Hello.
The Canton
Hi.
police audit just got released.
I heard. We're going to read it. We're going to read it, and we're
All
going
right,
to have it
so
ready.
We're reading it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to read it. We're going to have it ready for tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Text me.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So we'll see what's happening. That should make it a busy show tonight, Michael Bryant. We'll see you then.
Okay. Take care, everybody.
And again, bye.